360 is a Learfield IMG College presentation of the Georgia Tech Sports Network.
All right. Yep, this is going to time out perfectly. Here we go. We're in the open.
The buzz is in the air.
We want to make the NCAA tournament. I believe we're good enough to make the NCAA tournament.
Kicks out front. DeVoe, left wing, cranks the three. Bottoms! Alvarado ahead to DeVoe. Alley-oops to DeVoe. Just for the two. Hand, hammer, dunk. And he brought the wrath of the gods on that throwdown.
They had a taste of that success. Anyone can win on any given night.
Away by Alvarado. Alvarado all alone with one. He lays it in. And Georgia Tech gets the win.
Feel our stage.
Alvarado pointing his arms up to the sky. There's the horn.
Gotcha.
I love these water baths. I'll take one every single time. What a great win for the program.
A little under a minute, give or take, by the way.
Okay.
Together, we swarm.
Given way to a regular season of unknowns, but even in this unprecedented year for college sports, there's still nothing like a season opener.
It's game day on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield
About
IMG
30.
College. We're getting you ready with the Ramblin' Wreck countdown to tip-off. Our exclusive pregame coverage is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Together tastes better. By Georgia Power. Visit us at georgiapower.com/community. Power on, Georgia. And by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Now, to set the stage for today's matchup, let's head live to courtside. And the voice of the Jackets, Andy Demetro.
Mics are up.
And a very good evening. Georgia Tech basketball is on the air. An off-season of uncertainty has now given way to a regular season of unknowns. But even in this unprecedented year for college sports, there's still nothing quite like a season opener and a home opener at that. A new year awaits for the Yellow Jackets, and it begins with a crosstown showdown from McCamish Pavilion. It's your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets against the Georgia State Panthers. Hi, everyone. Andy Demetra. Welcome to Atlanta. Welcome to the season. Welcome to Georgia Tech basketball. The Yellow Jackets didn't have a postseason last year. Then again, neither did anyone in college basketball. But still, Georgia Tech's finish inspired plenty of optimism for the season ahead. 4 starters back from a team that finished 11-9 in the ACC, Tech's best conference record since 2004. Josh Pastner is a man of many catchphrases, as you know, and the one he latched onto often last year, it's a guards game. Well, he should have 2 of the better guards in the game, at least in the ACC, and senior Jose Alvarado and junior Michael DeVoe. They become the first pair of returning guards to earn all ACC honors since Jarrett Jack and B.J. Elder. But they're not a two-man operation. Senior Bubba Parham gives the Jackets firepower and maturity off the bench. Tech also welcomes in the Norcross native Kyle Sturdivant, who, like Jordan Usher, began his career at Southern Cal. Usher is back for his senior season and will look to unleash that athleticism from the wing. Meanwhile, in the front court, Moses Wright will have the spotlight fully on him. The 6'9", 233-pounder coming off a breakout junior year in which he averaged 13 points and 7 rebounds per game. Georgia Tech has had an all-ACC defensive center each of the last 4 years in Ben Lammers and James Banks. That's the biggest on-court unknown facing this Yellow Jackets team to begin the season. They'll look to a Georgia transfer and a Georgia native, specifically the Republic of Georgia, to fill the void in Rodney Howard and freshman Saba Gigi Berea. Another one of Josh Pastner's pet phrases, get old and stay old. He has depth, he has experience, and beginning tonight, he hopes this Tech team will take its first step toward an NCAA tournament bid. Standing in the way, the Georgia State Panthers, who will lock horns with Tech for the first time since 2008. Head coach Rob Lanier has carried on the winning tradition laid down by Ron Hunter. His first Panthers team went 19-13, 12-8 in the Sun Belt. They're picked to win the Sun Belt East Division. Georgia State has its top 3 scorers back, including a pair of preseason all-league guards in Kane Williams and Justin Roberts. Georgia State likes to get out and go. 19th in the nation last year in adjusted tempo, but they also can lock down the arc. Georgia Tech finished 7th nationally last season in three-point defense, 28.5%. Georgia State, 6th, 28.4%. McCamish will look different. Some of the game day operation will look different. The surrealism may be hard to shake at first, but we promise you, once that ball goes up, we'll get down to business here at 10th and Fowler. It's Georgia Tech and Georgia State in the home opener. Tip-off set for 9:04. Still ahead on the Ramblin' Wreck Tip-off show. We'll have the exclusive pregame thoughts of head coach Josh Pastner. Dan Kortz will take you around the ACC and top 25 action. But first, it would not be a season without Randy Waters. And my broadcast partner will deliver his opening insights after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
What does Julie,
Here.
who runs a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun.
We got farther than a lot of college games. I don't want to jinx it before tip-off.
Yeah, right.
Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics. Long-lasting protection against COVID-19 is crucial to a safe living and work environment. That's why Georgia Tech Athletics has chosen Cleanwell Services as their official disinfection partner. The trained technicians at Cleanwell use a CDC-approved nanotechnology-based cleaner that sticks to surfaces for an industry-leading protection lasting beyond 30 days. Visit www.cleanwell.services or call 404-669-6178 to get started today.
Live coverage of Jackets basketball continues after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
What is
Follow
this
the Yellow
newfangled thing
Jackets
called
with
radio,
Everyday
Mr.
Champions,
Marconi?
the
Okay,
official
fine.
magazine of Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech Athletics. It's all that's positive about the Jackets. Subscribe now for only $9.95 per year. Call 1-888-877-4373.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes,
you want to.
I'm trying to think of the connection between Georgia Tech basketball and Valley Champions. That's 1-888-877-4373. Extension 3799.
The last spot.
Eddie Van Halen was a cousin of Saba. No, just kidding.
Valerie Bertinelli hasn't been to the NCAA tournament since 2010 on.
Yeah, I watched her.
Saturday, Georgia Tech takes on Duke. Kickoff is set for 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 5. Right here on your home for the Yellow Jackets.
Sorry, bump standby. Mics are up.
As we welcome you back to McCamish on this late Wednesday night, Georgia Tech opening its season versus Georgia State. Jackets have won 14 straight in the series, 17-2 overall. We have noted there are many changes here at the Thriller Dome. Attendance limited to 1,200, socially distanced. Of course, 900 of those tickets go to students. Those unclaimed will be snapped up by faculty and staff in an effort to preserve the campus bubble as best as possible. The Georgia Tech staff has a limited allotment of tickets that it can meet out. And also, they flip sides of the floor. The benches are now on the opposite side, and those 8 rows of the student section, typically on the camera side of McCamish, they've ripped out all the seats, and they've spaced out the chairs for each team's benches through those emptied out sections. It will look different, but like we said, once that ball's in the air, it'll feel very familiar and very welcome. As we welcome you back to the Ramblin' Wreck Tip-Off Show, I'm Andy Demetra, and without further ado, let's welcome in my broadcast partner, Randy Waters. Rando, great to see you again. How are you?
I'm good, Andy. We have made it this far, which is farther than a lot of college hoops teams have made it, and I don't want to jinx it before tip-off, so I'm going to shut up.
We will savor every opportunity we have to call 40 minutes of basketball this season, knowing what challenges lay ahead. All right, so we're breaking down this matchup, and you told me you found a connection between Georgia Tech and Valerie Bertinelli, and I'm dying to know what that connection is, so the floor is yours, sir.
Well, not only Valerie Bertinelli, but Mackenzie Phillips and Pat Harrington Jr. and Ann Romano, because that very successful sitcom, mid-70s, mid-80s, One Day at a Time. Is there a phrase that better describes how coaches and players have to approach this college basketball season? I think not. Let's put it that way. So, but enough about some of the surrounding elements to this strange season. Let's. I've been waiting 8.5 months to talk hoop, so let's talk hoop. It's just fascinating that both of these teams have such high hopes. You mentioned Georgia State's showing last year and picked to win the East Division of their conference this year. Georgia Tech, I've seen national prognostications anywhere from 5th to 10th in the ACC. Now we know what those prognostications are worth once the ball goes up. practically nothing, but interesting nonetheless. The Jackets, Andy, and this, frankly, I wouldn't have said this until I started doing a little bit of research. Of the returning top 10 scorers in the ACC, returning from last year, Georgia Tech is the only team with multiple people on that 10-man list. Not only that, as I said, no other team has 2. Georgia Tech has 3. You've got DeVoe, Alvarado, and Moses among the top 10 returning scorers in the conference. So no wonder hopes are high. They're still going, and I said this at the end of the Clemson game, or at least I know I was thinking it. I'm going to miss James Banks. I'm going to miss his smile and his shot blocking and his rebounding. But we'll see. I think that's one of the intriguing things about the rotation is what happens at the 5 and the 4 spots.
You love the fact that Georgia Tech returns 4 starters, but it's the one they have to replace and how well they replace it that might determine just how far this team can go. Georgia Tech 17-14 a year ago. They closed winning 6 of their last 7, 8 of their last 11 to earn their highest ACC finish since 2005 and most ACC wins since 1996. Georgia State, on the other hand, 19-13 from a year ago, 19th in the nation in adjusted tempo, 6th in three-point defense, but also 5th in free throw point percentage. They do allow teams to get to the free throw line, and could some foul trouble stress this Panthers team and benefit Georgia Tech tonight, as the Yellow Jackets have made their way out from the home locker room and strolling over at the goal to our right to continue their warm-ups. It is a season opener in a season unlike any that we've experienced in our lifetimes, but we are about 15 minutes from getting it underway. And, of course, 15 minutes until tip-off. It is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Coming up, we'll send it inside our network studios, and Dan Kortz checks the ACC and top 25 action for you after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news?
You're clear. Who was that?
Sam Crenshaw.
Oh, okay.
Slamming Sammy.
Gotcha. He crashed our behind the mic. All good, though.
No, he does
football
TV.
Yeah.
With the mayor. Well, he
used to be on NBC.
Oh, yeah, he used to do all
he worked with me at Channel 11 for 100 years.
Yeah.
Well, you and Fred.
He was one of the rotation for sideline on the Falcons.
Yep. Sammy's a good man. I'll tell you, man. You want to know something about high school sports in Georgia? Sam, your man.
And tennis, too.
And tennis, too.
All right, next is me. I'm going to keep this around 3 minutes, probably.
Okay. We got 15:33 on the clock.
I'm going to take a little break.
Oh, all right.
But that only takes us up, I think, to the anthem.
Okay.
It's 15 minutes from now is 8:57. Game tips at 9:04. So
yeah,
I think
it's 8:58 the anthem. Okay.
For Senate, and I approve this message. Paid for by John Ossoff for Senate.
More Tech basketball comes your way in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Here comes the slam! Scanny Energy is proud to partner with Georgia Tech basketball. And just like how the Yellow Jackets set the Nets on fire in the 404, Georgia residents will be fired up once they see these hot savings on natural gas. See for yourself by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting ScannyEnergy.com. Missing out on these rates would be a flagrant foul. So call the right play and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit ScanEnergy.com for great deals on natural gas. Boom shakalaka.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkable.
All right, I'm going to have to set on mute briefly.
X3,
okay.
The spacious BMW X5 or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home.
Check.
Experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Behind the screen, curls out top behind the screen. He climbs away, sledgehammers away on his
You're dialed into pregame coverage of Yellow Jacket basketball. For a check of the Georgia Power scoreboard, we head inside the network studios with Dan Kortz.
And hello, everyone, and welcome inside the network studios. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets get ready to meet the Georgia State Panthers at McCamish Pavilion to open the 2020-2021 basketball season. We take a look at the Georgia Power scoreboard. Georgia Tech and Georgia Power have been bringing winning energy since 1891, and will start in the ACC, maybe even stay there too, 3 games currently in progress at the Oakland Zoo. Normally in the first week of college basketball season, you always see someone pull an upset on one of the Power 5 teams. We might have that right now in Pittsburgh, as right now the Pitt Panthers trail St. Francis of Pennsylvania 72-56 with 4:21 to go in the second half. In Raleigh, NC State ahead of Charleston Southern by a score of 25-17 with a little under 9 minutes to go in the first half. This game actually also being played at Reynolds Coliseum, and one game getting underway a short time ago. They're a little more than midway through the first half now, as they've been moving very quickly. And that is the Clemson Tigers. They are leading Mississippi State right now by a score of 17-13 with a little more than 5 minutes to go in the first half from Melbourne, Florida, in the Space Coast Classic. Finals from earlier in Blacksburg, Virginia Tech meeting nearby foe Radford. The Hokies defeating the Highlanders 77-62. Fourth-ranked Virginia a winner over Towson at Mohegan Sun Arena 89-54. Sam Hauser 19 points for the Cavaliers. Wake Forest at home, they were victorious over Delaware State 111-51 at the Joel. Demon Deacons shot 54.5% from the floor in the winning effort. At the Yum Center, Louisville defeats the Aces of Evansville 79-44. And finally, 16th-ranked North Carolina, they're a winner over Charleston 79-60, that game in Chapel Hill. One game tipping off a little after hours from Mohegan Sun Arena in Uncasville, Connecticut. Boston College gets the daunting task of meeting third-ranked Villanova in their opener. Ninth-ranked Duke in their game with Gardner-Webb postponed. That is your look around the ACC and the Georgia Power scoreboard. The network studios, I'm Dan Kortz. Georgia Tech gets ready to meet Georgia State. When we return, we hear the thoughts of head coach Josh Pastner for the first time this season. That right here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk. Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and
all right.
It's easy.
This was 46 and 47.
The more you match, the more you win.
Rodney Howard gets the start.
I know already. You can win up to $100,000.
So we have 2 natives of Ypsilanti, Michigan in the starting lineup.
Wow.
2020.
I actually spent a night in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Play Keno
One
from
night.
anywhere.
How many nights did it feel like?
Well, the good thing was Brad and I didn't get there until about 7 o'clock at night, and we pulled out about 6 o'clock in the morning.
Nice.
Working to get
Nice. I'm going to go grab something to eat real
the
quick.
team at Ford understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's best-selling SUV. In fact, all Ford SUVs, like Explorer, Escape, and Edge, are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
We'll have more Yellow Jacket basketball after these local messages. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Follow the Yellow Jackets with Everyday Champions, the official magazine of Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech athletics. It's all that's positive about the Jackets. Subscribe now for only $9.95 per year. Call 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799 to sign up for Everyday Champions. That's 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799.
The Ramblin' Wreck.
Over the shoulder, makes the catch.
Are ready to roll.
Sims lobs it left side of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Jackets.
This is Yellow Jacket football.
Unbelievable drama and unbelievable guts.
Saturday, Georgia Tech takes on Duke. Kickoff is set for 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 5. Right here on your home for the Yellow Jackets.
All right, Pastner rejoin and then Pastner interview.
This is the Ramblin' Wreck Tip-Off Show. It's time now for our exclusive one-on-one with head coach Josh Pastner, presented by Coca-Cola. Now let's head to the locker room and Andy the veteran.
Coach, as strange and surreal as the run-up to this season has been, as we sit here talking, are you still feeling those same familiar first game of the season feelings as the head coach?
Andy, this is my 12th year going to be a head coach, and nothing has changed. Every game the night before, you're just kind of, you don't sleep. Did you get everything in?
You don't sleep anyway.
I don't sleep anyway, but you're just thinking, did you get everything in? The pregame jitters, you're just thinking about all those type of things. And so nothing's changed. And so, and when you get on the floor, that's what it's about, is a chance to compete. And it's been an uncharted territory off-season. So it's really cool that we have an opportunity to get to the floor, to play against somebody else. I mean, we had done multiple weeks in a row where we had zero contact. And we just started going back to some contact, a few days ago, based on our Connexon wearable technology for, try to avoid contact tracing. So I told our guys, let's have fun, play your tails off, enjoy it. I mean, a couple months ago, we didn't know if we were going to play basketball. So have fun out there. It's going to be great. Yeah, there's going to be not a crowd, but as I told our team, BYOE, bring your own energy. And that's what it's going to be all season long.
All right, let's talk about Georgia State. You have a pair of returning all-conference guards. Georgia State is a pair of returning all-conference guards. How do Justin Roberts, Kane Williams complement each other? Yeah, Georgia State's got a really good group of perimeter players. Number 12 is their guy who's was pretty much over 40% of their involved in their total stats, assists, and points and everything else. But 2, 11, and 12. 2, 11, and 12. Actually, 11, and I'm a numbers guy, as you know, more than 11 being Corey Allen. Yes. We'll just fill that in. Roberts is 2 and Williams 12. Correct. And so 2, 11, 12. 11's actually taking most shots. He's a good three-point shooter, as is 12. 12's a really good player. But all three of those guards, 2, 11, 12, are really good. Number 10, who came off the bench last year, shot 43% from 3, doesn't take bad shots. He's a good player. 0, Evans, who's a freshman from Oak Hill Academy, can really shoot it. And then they're bigs. They got the transfer from Cincinnati, number 1, but number 23 and 25 are also their bigs. And I tell you, another kid that's a transfer from Georgia that's good, JoJo Toppins. And he's an athlete. He's continued, obviously, to get better. So this is a good basketball team we're playing. They're a team that's a high probability to win the Sun Belt. If we're fortunate enough to get a W tonight, it would be one heck of a win and would go a long way in a resume. Defensively, what type of team are you facing tonight? Well, their strength is forcing you to turnovers. So we're going to have to take care of the basketball. They do foul a lot. They put teams to the free throw line a lot. So ball security, pivoting, power pickups are going to be part of just a key part of us. Their two areas of strengths are forcing teams into turnovers and transition offense. Goes hand in hand. So our best transition defense is going to be taking good shots, but also having ball security and
supposedly,
making sure. And that is an area that
Rodney
we spent a
Howard
lot of time
in the starting
on, Andy,
lineup.
Is ball security. We had 22% of our turnovers last year ended in turnovers. It's way too high. We have
for
to
what
be
that's
better
worth, ladies and germs.
Looking forward to getting the season off to a great start. As odd as it might be at first, I know we'll settle in and play some ball. Coach, go get him.
Well, okay, thank you, Andy.
Head coach Josh Pastner here. Now we wrap up the Ramblin' Wreck pregame show back in McCamish after this, the Georgia Tech Sports Network, Learfield IMG College.
And one of the reasons that he initially chose Georgia
game day at home
was we don't offer online classes at Georgia Tech.
Tastes like coffee table dining.
But when you're averaging 1.5 points per game, all of a sudden sitting in a classroom.
Like the game you've waited for all week.
Didn't seem so daunting.
Having your keister in a classroom seat sounds much better than having your keister in a seat on the bench.
Yeah.
Supposed to. And it never tastes.
And now everybody has virtual classes. So,
exactly.
You know, it tastes better. It is what it is.
These
That's
days
right.
We're spending a lot more time at home, which means
how much time we have before we're back here?
You have a little over 3 minutes till you're back.
Customer, you may be eligible
you want to do
a $75 instant rebate.
It's up to you whenever.
Whenever. Yep. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee.
Yeah, from right
LEDs and smart home products like
now,
speakers,
you're exactly
Wi-Fi
3
routers,
minutes.
Okay, well, we have a minute 25.
Visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
Maxwell won't play tonight.
Live coverage of Jackets basketball continues after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG.
Okay, when he does play and has a big moment, this turn is turned into the Maxwell house.
Oh, my.
Everyday life can do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic.
Those guys the last couple of
There you go.
Athletics. At the Joint
There you go.
Employment or insurance, and we're open evenings and
that moves Georgia to 5-13 in the SEC.
Atlanta area locations.
But isn't he pretty when he lands on the ground?
Patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment.
God, I am into the heartland. I'll back it up.
Visit the Joint.
I need to help him.
Tech fans, come
Come check out what everyone's been talking about. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
Have they allowed
best burger by
Chuck to be on
creative
the
loafing
sidelines
for
of any
5 years
games this
running. Featuring
I have no idea.
And the all-new Impossible
I don't know.
Burger.
He did a boat
Such
once.
as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes.
Miller, I'm
including
thinking
our
for that
famous
NC State
Boozy
football
Shake.
game,
Visit our 5 locations throughout
if we
Metro
can't have a
Atlanta, which
complete
include
broadcast,
dozens of local craft beers, wine,
then
a full liquor bar, tons of
do it here.
patio
I'd rather
seating,
do it
and
here.
TVs playing
Okay.
sports
I
and
hate that
movie
for John,
classics.
but
Live fast,
Well,
eat
John
well.
will work.
Grindhouse
Take
Killer
John
Burgers.
will work a deal. John will still do effects and stuff for us.
okay,
Hitting the billboard.
Okay, well, that makes me feel a little better. Yeah.
This is the bad part I forgot, boys. I got to bring a light for you.
The buzz
we're fine.
is in the air.
We want to make the NCAA tournament. I believe we're good enough to make the NCAA tournament.
Kicks out front. DeVoe, left wing, cranks the three. Adams! Corrado ahead to DeVoe. Alley-oops to DeVoe. This for the two-hand hammer dunk. And he brought the wrath of the gods on that throwdown.
They had a taste of that success. Anyone can win on any given night.
Away by Alvarado. Alvarado all alone with one. He lays it in. And
1 minute.
gets the win.
Feel our stage.
Alvarado pointing his arms up to the sky. There's the horn.
I love these water baths. I'll take one every single time. What a great win for the program.
It ain't a house of cards. It's a house of jackets tonight.
Together, we swarm. Live play-by-play coverage of Georgia Tech basketball is brought to you by Coca-Cola. Together tastes better. Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more in car insurance. By Georgia
about 20
Power.
seconds.
Visit us at georgiapower.com/community. Power on, Georgia. And by State Farm. When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Now, to bring you all of today's action, let's head live to courtside. And the voice of the Jackets, Andy
Mics are up.
The journey begins tonight for your Yellow Jackets as we welcome you into McCamish Pavilion in Game 1 of this 2020-2021 season. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets welcoming in from just down the road the Georgia State Panthers for a 20th time in school history, along with our Hall of Fame network engineer Miller Pope and my broadcast partner Randy Waters. Andy Demetra, so great to have you along tonight and every night this year on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Randy, teams completing their warm-ups down below us. I'll turn it over to you and your Georgia United Credit Union keys to reach the goal for Georgia Tech to finish the night 1-0.
Well, in the general description of the college game anymore, Andy, as we've talked a little bit about, and Josh Pastner talks about a lot too, it's a guards game, and boy, is that ever evident in this situation here tonight. Georgia Tech has got to try to slow down Kane Williams and Justin Roberts. Between them, averaged nearly 30 points a game last year and handed out the majority of the assists. Now, Allen can also kick in with some shooting perimeter. So, how do you slow them down? Probably man-to-man. But we know Tech likes to play, or at least they did in the past, and recent past play a lot of zone. So it's going to be fascinating to see what works, what doesn't work against the Georgia State offensive sets. Defensively, this team last year was really good. The last 4 games of the season against the likes of Miami and Clemson and Pitt, 58.8% defensively. They better bring some of that with them from last season, but what they can't bring with them, the shooting last year, only 2 guys, Alvarado and DeVoe, over 30% from 3. They've got to improve their shooting, and you do that by getting better looks and being more patient. That patience. They're going to have some patience tonight? We'll see.
Have to be a good three-point shooting team if you want to triumph over Georgia State. Those are our keys to reach the goal, brought to you by Georgia United Credit Union, the official credit union of Georgia Tech Athletics. Remember, no behind-closed-door scrimmages, no exhibition games for anybody, so Josh Pastner is going to find out a lot about his team in real time tonight. We'll step aside for our national anthem, starting lineups from the toss and the tap after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
I saved big money with
You're clear.
Auto bundle, so I finally bought that new set of golf clubs. Watch out, fairway. Here I come.
This is not a real testimonial. Sure, customers can save big with Progressive, but your other expenses won't just disappear. Are those clubs going to help you when the hot water heater dies? Also, it sounds like your money is better spent on golf lessons.
Time to go shoot the course record.
No, but maybe time for a reality check. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life.
Collins can't wear one of those because he spits. I can testify the microphone he uses for that talk show is just, oh God.
Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
More Tech basketball comes your way in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets. Insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
All right, last spot and then a bump.
Season,
Here we go.
hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
All right, here comes a bump. Mike's up.
Lights are off at McCamish. Time to meet your starters. We'll begin with the visiting Georgia State Panthers under second-year head coach Rob Lanier. His point guard is Kane Williams, a 6'3 senior from Douglasville, Georgia, who not only finished third in the Sun Belt in assists last year, he led them in scoring, 14.8 points per game, preseason first-team all-conference. He's joined in the backcourt by Corey Allen, a 6'1 senior from Ypsilanti, Michigan, 13.5 points per. He led the Panthers in three-point attempts last season. Also, Justin Roberts, 6'5", a junior from Indianapolis, 13.2 points per game last season. Preseason second-team All-Sun Belt, also shot 40.4% from three. Up front, Elio Sosame will make his Georgia State debut, 6'8", 230. He's a redshirt junior, originally from the Republic of Congo, transferred to Georgia State from Cincinnati. And at the 5 is Jalen Thomas, a 6'10", 230-pound sophomore from Detroit, Michigan, 5.7 points, 3.8 rebounds a season ago. Now for your Yellow Jackets under Josh Pastner, about to embark on his 5th season on the flats. A backcourt that you have grown accustomed to hearing. At the point, Jose Alvarado, the 6' now senior from Brooklyn, third-team All-ACC a year ago, preseason second-team All-Conference this year, coming off a junior year in which he averaged 14.4 points and a team-best 4 assists per game. He's joined by Michael DeVoe, second-team All-ACC this year in preseason by the AP. 7th in the league in scoring at 16 points per game last year, was also 5th in the ACC in field goal percentage and shot 42.7% from three. At the 3, Jordan Usher, the now senior from Canton, Georgia, 6'7", 213, 8.2 points, 4.4 rebounds last year. Moses Wright is at the 4, the 6'9 senior from Raleigh, North Carolina. He was 3rd in the ACC at 53.1% shooting, 13 points, 7 rebounds. And at the 5, making his Georgia Tech debut, and it'll be in the starting lineup, Rodney Howard, the 6'10 sophomore from Ypsilanti, Michigan. Began his career about 70 miles down the road in Athens before coming to his senses. Averaged 1.3 points, 1.5 rebounds per game last season. And so a 5 of DeVoe, Alvarado, Usher, Wright, and Howard for the Jackets. And for Rodney Howard, he doesn't have to fill the entire size 18 shoes of James Banks, but they do want him to be that presence, rebounding and rejecting shots underneath.
Well, Associate Head Coach Eric Revenue told me that Howard is a guy who, quote, loves contact. He's really good on perimeter screens. He's a tough body for defenders to go around or try to go through, and he's good on the dribble handoff. But he's best, frankly, around the rim, and he's got a lot of intensity. And Rev said that he was just flat out impressed with Howard's basketball IQ. So that should spell something good as far as zone assignments. And Georgia Tech, as we know, likes to play zone.
Got his immediate eligibility waiver approved late in the summer. Georgia Tech wears its home whites. Georgia Tech across the front in navy. Numerals are gold. Georgia State wears its road blues. Georgia State across the front in white numerals. Howard Sosame inside the jump circle. Tap is slapped around, controlled by Georgia State. And let's play some basketball. Welcome to the season, everyone. Georgia Tech and Georgia State on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Panthers shoot to our left in this first half. Georgia Tech begins in man. Sosame above the foul line and off the ball, an offensive foul as they called Jalen Thomas trying to release to the rim. He pushed off on his defender, and Georgia Tech will have possession.
Well, for a team, and a lot of them have been in this situation, for a team that hasn't had much contact in practice, Tech did pretty well defensively there.
Now facing full court pressure, 2-2-1 from the Panthers. Georgia Tech breaks it as Alvarado takes the drop-off pass inside the jump circle. Georgia State begins in man-to-man as Alvarado sways the dribble between the circles. Has Howard planted in the high post. Alvarado edges away right, trying to unhinge himself from his defender Roberts. Shovels to right, a right corner three, bottoms! Moses Wright had just 7 made triples all last season, but he has extended his range, and with 19-17 to go in the first half, Tech takes the 3-0 lead.
Well, they let him alone, and he took it.
Georgia State extends the perimeter. Williams holds and looks between the circles.
Zone now, Andy.
Yeah, feeds Allen on the right wing. Back to Williams, the dribble drive, leaves his feet, lost the ball, recovered by Sosame, and his flick shot in front of the rim falls. Eliel Sosame, the 6'8", 230-pound redshirt junior, makes it 3-2 Tech. DeVoe stutters behind the screen, right of the circle, flips to right in the corner. He traces the arc on the dribble with Tech on top 3-2. A pull-up three by Usher, right wing, well short. Rebound won by Usher. Took the long carom and bounces across to Moses, left circle. Back to Alvarado, who holsters it against his hip and barks out the play. One high, 4 flat for the Panthers. A dribble and pitch to DeVoe. Pump fake. Now lets it fly on the three. Bottoms from the corner. Michael DeVoe, 42.7% from distance. He got the flyby and then the knockdown to make it 6-2. 18-18 first half. Georgia Tech now in that 2-3 zone as Alvarado ball hawks Justin Roberts out between the circles. Alvarado led the ACC in steals in league games. Roberts terminates the dribble, shovels to his right, and Allen. In the corner, Sosame double team, loops it over the zone to an open Roberts left corner. He raises up for the three. In and out. Rebound volleyed out of bounds, and last slap by Usher. It stays with Georgia State.
Pretty good defensive stand. Not real high percentage shot there by Georgia State, but they worked the glass hard, so credit for that.
And Roberts, a 40% three-point shooter from a year ago. 17:54 first half, a baseline inbound with Tech on top 6-2. Roberts has to rainbow it out, 45 feet away, intercepted by Usher. Open floor, he takes to the skies and jams it down. Easy pickings off that lollipop of an inbounds pass, and Jordan Usher makes it 8-2 Tech. Georgia Tech was 16th in the nation in defensive efficiency a year ago. A side pick and roll for Williams. He reverses out high. Allen works his way to the foul line, whistle, and a reach-in foul on the Jackets. Looks like they'll tag Alvarado for his first.
You know, Jordan, it's no secret his shot selection much of the season was not very good. But in the last couple of games, he was 7 for 15. He just seemed to back off and let the game come to him. Can he pick that up here again? We'll see.
He definitely reined it in and let his maturity come to the fore. Substitution, Georgia State. JoJo Toppin, the Georgia transfer, comes in. He loads up a side ball screen for Roberts on the left. Swung around to the right corner. Allen, spot up three is long. Rebound on the run to DeVoe. Eyes up on the dribble with a belt-high pound across the timeline to a trailing Alvarado for three. Little long. And Usher races down the rebound in the corner. Cycled around to Jose out front. A rocker step. A dribble drive. Whistle. And they call him for the travel.
Yeah, turnovers. It's no secret. Turnovers were just really ugly last year. They've got to reduce the number of turnovers, and that's been a primary focus in practice.
Should I mention the number?
Go ahead.
345th in the nation in turnover percentage. Georgia Tech's first turnover. They lead 8-2 with 16:57 to play first half. Roberts takes the touch left corner. Rolls high behind his screen. Fakes the lean in at the foul line and dishes out high to Williams. Blanketed by Alvarado. Shot clock at 7. Penetrates the right side, pulls up from 8, and finesses it in. A couple of bounces off the rim and down to make it 8-4 Jackets. Georgia Tech, meanwhile, 3 for its first 5. Chin tap is the play call by Alvarado as he walks it left to right across the timeline. Tech orbits it around the perimeter. DeVoe, deep three, right wing, bottoms. That was NBA range by Michael to make it 11-4 with 16:19 to go in the first half. Georgia Tech hurries back as they know Georgia State likes to push the tempo. Roberts clutches right wing. One dribble and sends it out high to Williams. Runs Alvarado into his screen. DeVoe picks him up on the switch. A pump fake by Roberts. Penetrates the right side. Is running one-hander. Doesn't fall. Sosa made the offensive rebound. No. Toppin's put back is short, but he was fouled.
Well, they didn't get a body on Toppin at all.
They call Rodney Howard for the foul. His first, team second.
Well, you mentioned offensively Georgia State. 73 possessions per game. Number one in the Sun Belt Conference. Not the division, East Division, but conference.
That's why you cannot admire your made basket if you're Georgia Tech tonight.
That's right.
Toppin's a left-hander. Arches the first free throw up, and it's long. JoJo Toppin, 6'5", redshirt sophomore who prepped at Norcross High, but originally from Brooklyn. Trio of Georgia State subs as they report to the scores table, and for the first time, Saba Gigi-Berea, the 7-footer from the Republic of Georgia, subs in. He replaces Rodney Howard. And let me tell you, folks, Saba is every bit of 7'1" with a 7'4" wingspan. Toppin wearing those yellow shoes, toes the nail to our left with Tech on top 11-4. 16:01 first half, and he cans the second. That allows Georgia State to set up some token three-quarters court pressure. Alvarado takes the inbound at the foul line, unloads it to DeVoe.
Saba wearing a high socks. There's more material in those socks than there is in my suits.
A lot of fabric. Backdoor feed to Usher, wheeling beneath the basket, whistle, and they call the travel before he reversed it in. Good idea as he took advantage of the overplay, that hard cut. DeVoe was able to thread the needle, but took one stride too many, and the turnover gives it back to the Panthers as we've hit our first timeout. Georgia Tech 11, Georgia State 5. 49 to play, first half from McCamish, and we're back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
What does Julie,
you guys
who
are
runs
clear.
a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit UPS.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
The great point guards are rare. They're true leaders with a work ethic that never wavers and a desire to win that's second to none. There's one truck like that, Ford F-150. It's smart, powerful, and never backs down from the toughest jobs. That's why Ford F-Series has been America's best-selling truck 43 years straight. Learn more at buyfordnow.com or visit your local Ford dealer to score a great offer on F-150. Based on 2019 calendar year total sales.
If ACC
Last spot,
football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM ACC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Chris Spatola and Torrey Holt, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside ACC football and do it for free. Listen on your phone, online, and at home with the free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM.
Stand by. Mike's up.
All Black Friday weekend shop GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com for Georgia Power's biggest sale of the year on energy-efficient products like the brand-new Google Nest thermostat. Only $65 for qualifying Georgia Power customers. Andy and Randy back with you in McCamish, 15:49 first half. Tech has jumped out the 11-5 lead thanks to 3 of 4 three-point shooting. Threes from DeVoe and Moses Wright. And I would hope for Rob Lanier's sake, the fact Michael is accurate and efficient from three was in the scouting report because we saw him drain a lot of cold-blooded threes last year, Rando.
Michael is so smooth. He's not herky-jerky. He's just so smooth, and you think he's not moving that fast. All of a sudden, he's in the right spot, and the defender's not.
Georgia Tech with a couple of subs out of the timeout. Bubba Parham, Khalid Moore in, replacing Howard and Usher. Georgia State possession, half court left. Moore tucks a bounce pass in low, nobody home. Stolen away by Alvarado. Weaves across the timeline and skids to a stop out front. Off a soft screen from Gigi-Berea. A hook pass to DeVoe, high left. He's hounded by Kane Williams. Trying to shed him on the dribble. Comes to the baseline, stop and go. Muscles it up and got it blocked out of bounds by Jalen Thomas, the 6'10 sophomore who led the Panthers in blocks a season ago.
Well, Thomas did a great job of staying with DeVoe. 15 on the shot clock.
And 15:22 to play in the half. 11-5 Jackets. Alvarado to key it in right at the rim. Then Parham curling around a double screen. Alvarado still looking. And he tosses out to Moore, who tracks it down between the circles. Snapped across to Alvarado, left corner. Guarded by Toppin, separated by the three-point line. The 6'5" JoJo Toppin on the 6-footer Alvarado. Shot clock at 5. A crossover. Parham stops right elbow. Gives it up to Alvarado for a deep three out front off the rim. Chased down, though, by DeVoe. Hits a cutting Moore. Jump pass to Jose, right corner. Probing down the baseline, splits a pair of defenders. And feeds Moore at the foul line, chopped away from behind. He recovers the dribble, feeds behind him to Parham in the corner. Into the lane, the shot off the glass is good for Bubba. Bit of a scrambling possession, but Georgia Tech makes it work, Randy, to make it 13-5.
Wasn't pretty except on the scoreboard.
Another high screen on the left wing. Swerving into the lane is Williams. Challenges on Gigi Berea and draws the foul on Saba. That'll send him to the line.
Well, and Saba, obviously, he's got a lot to learn. It's his first action in Division I basketball, but he'll learn on situations like that to go straight up instead of coming down into the man. And I'm sure Coach Reveneau will be looking at that video with him and working on that.
Williams in and out on the first free throw as Moses Wright reports in, as will Rodney Howard. Yes. And that Williams is at the free throw line should come as no surprise. He was 4th in school history and made free throws last year, Randy, 149 on 78% shooting. Preseason first team all Sun Belt from Douglasville and South Paulding High. Jackets lead by 8, 14-39 first half. Couple of rhythm dribbles, and the second toss is off the back rim. All was loose, wrenched away by Howard, and they're going to call
reach in on Georgia State.
Yeah, Ryan Boyce, the 6'6" sophomore transfer from Memphis, thought he had the tie-up. He was applauding his own hustle. But Mike Roberts says, nah, that foul's on you.
I'll take Jordan Usher in an arm wrestling contest, and that's what that was, basically.
Alvarado keys it in against backcourt pressure, feeds Parham along the baseline. Gains some separation on the freshman Evan Johnson, who's in off the bench for the first time for Georgia State. Parham shields the dribble inside the GT at center circle. Unloads it to Jose, high left. Wraps high behind a screen from Howard, but he gave a hip check before his release to the rim, and that's an offensive foul on Rodney Howard, now his second, with 14:22 to play.
Not a criticism here, really. That was a little picky. It was barely any contact before Howard dove toward the basket, but he's got to realize you can't even do that much.
You got to wait.
That's right.
Sometimes you get a little impatient on that pick and roll.
Back to zone.
And forces Georgia State to extend the perimeter. They look for a crease out front. An entry pass was overcut from the top of the key. It was the point guard, Roberts, looking for Sosame. And he threw that over the baseline to the empty high roller seats.
Yeah, overcooked indeed. I'd say well done.
Jackets 13, Panthers 5, 14:05 first half. As Parham slaloms across the timeline from left to right. Pounded by the freshman Johnson. Rides his dribble to the left wing, now back across to the right. Trying to fend off the region from Johnson, wriggles around him, but he pokes it away from behind. Georgia State tries to turn the floor. Turnover, Georgia Tech's 4th. A bounce in low to Sosame, and he lays it in. Off the dish from the foul line by Roberts. So Georgia State cashes into turnover and converts it into points, 13-7 Jackets. Now Moore brings it up along the left sideline. He's pressured on the dribble and gets a foul from Colin Moore, the freshman.
It's pretty obvious that Coach Lanier wants his guards to pressure on the perimeter, keep the Jackets from getting into their offense like they'd love to do. And so far, Georgia State's done a pretty good job of that, forcing some of those 4 turnovers you talked about.
Well, that's something Georgia Tech worked on in practice on Monday, is fending off that extended pressure, especially traps. Side out of bounds, it's tossed to Parham between the circles, off to DeVoe, and he slipped as he tried to turn toward the baseline, and that's a travel on DeVoe.
5 turnovers now.
Well, Josh Pastner does not want a redux of what he
last
saw.
Year, no.
If he gets a redux, he'll have some reflux.
Yeah.
Jackets, though, by 6, 13-7, 13-26 first half. Off the skip, here's Allen, high left, a 40% three-point shooter from a year ago. An entry pass, and now kicked back out to Allen. Sealed in on the dribble drive. Has to reset out front. Down the lane, and the two-hand jam by Moore. He swerved around the pair of defenders. Not a bit of a run put on by Georgia State. 13-9 Jackets. A dribble drive down the right of the lane by Moore. His runner was rejected out of bounds by Sosame. Took some contact as he went airborne, but not enough to warrant a whistle. Georgia Tech to retains, but Offense starting to stagnate in the half court, and Alvarado comes in to replace Khalid Moore.
Well, Georgia State's got good perimeter shooting. They proved that last year, but they've done most of their damage inside.
Quick inbound, bounced into the left corner for Alvarado. Plugs it on the block to Usher. Fans out to Vo. Angles in from the right, pitches out to right corner. He backs down his man. Out it comes to Usher with the shot clock at 8. Kills his dribble, floats across court to Parham for a long three left wing, no good. All blue underneath for the Georgia State rebound. Roberts racing behind the back dribble, leaping leaner inside the paint off the back rim. Inside position, DeVoe is able to tiptoe the baseline and save it to right. Jackets lead 13-9, 12-29. First half, a Tech on a scoring drought approaching 2.5 minutes. DeVoe all the way through. A hook pass to Usher, right corner for a three. Side iron, grabs his own miss. He comes up firing from the baseline again, and this time drops it in from 6. Georgia Tech doing a good job running to offensive rebounds. Moore, a wide open three left corner in transition off the rim. No. Tip in jam, though, flying down the lane by Boyce. Swung back with the right hand to hammer that down to make it 15-11.
Did not get a body on anybody again.
And Mike Roberts blows the whistle. I think Jordan Usher raced through the tunnel there. Might have gotten the wind knocked out of him. And that blows play dead here with 12:01 to go in the first half. And 15-11 our score, Georgia Tech on top. And this will be our under 12 timeout, so we'll take the break. Georgia Tech shooting 46%, Georgia State 41%. It's the Jackets on top, 15-11. We're back after this in the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
These days, I'm spending a lot
You're
more
clear.
time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com. Shop now at GeorgiaPowerMarketplace.com.
We'll have more Yellow Jacket basketball after these local messages. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Follow the Yellow Jackets with Everyday Champions, the official magazine of Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech athletics. It's all that's positive about the Jackets. Subscribe now for only $9.95 per year. Call 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799 to sign up for Everyday Champions. That's 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799.
Last spot.
Are ready to roll.
Sims lobs it left side of the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Jackets.
This is Yellow Jacket football.
Unbelievable drama and unbelievable guts.
Saturday, Georgia Tech takes on Duke. Kickoff is set for 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 5. Right here on your home for the Yellow Jackets.
Bump coming. And mics are up.
Jump circle. Plays it to DeVoe, high right. Scissors it between his legs. Has Sosame on the switch. Drives under the basket. Wraparound pass was deflected and stolen. Got caught in too deep, and another turnover. That's Georgia Tech's 6th whistle. And a carry on the dribble in the other way. Justin Roberts called for the turnover, and that's Georgia State's 5th. And I guess it's not surprising, Randy, because no exhibitions, closed-door scrimmages, so we might expect to see some sloppiness here as teams get into game rhythm.
Little rough around the edges is not a shock.
Alvarado picked up in backcourt by Justin Roberts, third-team All-Sun Belt a year ago. Georgia Tech cycles it around to Alvarado out front. Tech leads 15-13, 10:53 to play. High post entry, right faces. Holds and hits Alvarado, left wing. Jabbed on the pump fake, and they call him for the travel. Man alive, the turnover is just plaguing Georgia Tech.
And looking back to last year a little bit, I don't want to do that all night, but sometimes you think about it. And this team didn't shoot well, but think how many more opportunities it would have had except for the awful turnover situation.
And they were second in the ACC in field goal percentage in league games.
Yeah.
8-2 Georgia State run. Down the left side on the spin, Williams loses it. Sosame recovers and flips it in front of the rim, and we're now tied as Georgia State is evaporated an early 8-point deficit. Right side angle, foot faking. Now backs his man down from the left block. The step back jumper off the rim, no. The iron getting cold for Georgia Tech. A stop and pop three by Williams, left wing, no good, but the tip in jam again by Boyce. And now Georgia State takes its first lead, 17-15 with 10:06 to go first half. Second chance point, 7 for the Panthers. Alvarado stops at the right elbow. Feeds Usher right wing. He reverses out high to DeVoe. Sways left, cuts right. In deep. Tries for the up and under. Gets through. Wrap around to Moses, but he couldn't handle the pass. Another turnover. Georgia State the other way. A pull-up three by Allen, left wing, and he swishes it. And Corey Allen, a 34% three-point shooter a year ago, gets the transition three to make it 20-15 Georgia State with 9:33 to play. A 15-2 Panther run. Alvarado lays it off to right, high on the right. Skips to Parham. Bounces back to right straight away with the shot clock at 11. Now Alvarado off a screen, jump past Parham, rotated to Usher, left wing three ball, rolls, no. Defensive rebound, Georgia State.
And Moses, the only Jacket with a shot at that rebound.
And now Williams rejected on the driving layup, but he was fouled by Usher. Thought he had swatted that clean. Might have been some contact on the swing through. And Kane Williams goes to the free throw line with a chance to extend this Georgia State lead, 20-15 with 9:07 to play first half.
Jackets were up 11-4 at one point.
Williams' first free throw in. Well, what is clogging up this Georgia Tech offense is the ball pressure extended on the perimeter.
Exactly.
They're not letting Georgia Tech get into its offense. They're having a hard time turning the corner on those pick and rolls. Williams, the senior from Douglasville, Georgia. Second free throw good. And now Georgia Tech once up 8, staring at a 7-point deficit. 22-15.
Gets any bigger, and I think we're going to see a timeout, although got one coming here. Mandatory timeout.
DeVoe holds the ball shoelace level on the left wing. Tries to spin off a screen from Howard. He is blanketed by Williams out near the hash mark, into the lane, lays it up underneath the Howard. He misses the dunk. Might have had it tipped away from behind. And no whistle. Here comes Georgia State. Williams trails, plows over Alvarado. They have a foul called underneath. It looks like off the ball, and it is against Rodney Howard. And for Rodney, that is his third foul at the 8:41 mark, and the team's 6th. I think had that whistle not been blown, they might have whistled a charge on the Panthers on ball.
Yeah, I think so too.
Sabagigi Berea subs in for Howard. 22-15, Georgia State leads. 8:41 to play. Baseline inbound. Thrown out to Allen out front. Alvarado will make that DeVoe coiled in front of him. He steps over the top of his screen. Allen on the move to the top of the key again. Fades away above the foul line. Back rim. Oh, and he gets the soft bouncing in. Corey Allen making it 24-15 Panthers. This is a good Georgia State team, folks. They returned their top 3 scorers from a team that won 19 a year ago. Georgia Tech starving for some offensive answers here. As Wright clenches between the circles and puts it on the deck on Toppin. Hands off to Alvarado. Almost knocked off his balance as he puts it on the floor. Crabs the dribble out high with the shot clock at 7. Kicks right to Moses. Drives in, lost the ball, stolen away. 2-on-1 for the Panthers. Down the lane comes Moore, lays it up, got it blocked, but on the way down. And the lead will swell to double digits now, 26-15 on the goaltend with 7:54 to play. And we've hit timeout. Randy, this is it was the start Georgia Tech wanted, but it hasn't been since. A 19-2, now 21-2 Georgia State run, and Georgia Tech has some work to do here as we've hit timeout in McCamish on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to
You're clear.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno. It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish. The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already. You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
We saved serious cash with our Progressive Home and Auto Bundle and used the money to buy a new boat.
Who's ready to water ski?
This is not a real testimonial. Sure, customers can save big money with Progressive, but not enough for a new boat. They'll probably spend it on rent or gas money or maybe one of those little plastic wading pools for the yard.
Ahoy there!
Is what the captain might say on the toy boat, in your wading pool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Last spot
Today
in the bomb.
Tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
All right, bump coming. Stand by. Mike's up.
By Georgia Tech, these last two possessions of diving to the rim. As we told you, Georgia State last year was 5th in the nation in opponent free throw point percentage. 26% of their opponent's points came off of free throws. They're there for the take, and Georgia Tech has not taken advantage of it yet, but Khalid Moore now has 2 free throws. And his first is good. 26-18 with 6:51 to play as Allen comes out. Williams back in for Georgia State.
That's only the 4th Georgia State foul.
Khalid, the now junior from Briarwood, New York, 51% foul shooter a year ago. Second free throw, spins around, no good. Fight for the rebound, Gigi Berea wrestling for it. Jump ball to call, and the arrow favors Georgia Tech. Wait a second, the arrow is pointing to Georgia Tech. Hold on, Jerry Heater. I know it's the first game for everybody, because Georgia State won the tap. Yep, and it is Georgia Tech possession. Sometimes it takes a while for sound to travel from up here to down there, and the referees. We're always here to help, though.
And I'm sure they appreciate it.
They've never said it out loud, but I'm sure they do. Alvarado still looking on the inbound. Pitches it to a blanketed Khalid Moore in the left corner. Around to DeVoe. Puts it on the deck. Tries to take it inside the paint. Spinning. Fading. Back rim. No. Bubba Parham misses the tip. Make that Moore. Couldn't finesse that home, and the rebound jerked away by Williams for Georgia State. Dribbles and bounces coast to coast. It was kicked underneath by Alvarado out of bounds.
Yeah, all the credit to Georgia State defensively so far.
Yeah. 26-18 Panthers, 6:31 to play first half. As Toppin tucks in his jersey, jogs to the scorer's table, and he comes in off Rob Lanier's bench, who followed Paul Hewitt as head coach of Siena once upon a time. Inbound baseline right for the Panthers to a curling Moore. Gives it up on the wing to Sosame, who puts it in the belly of Moore. The freshman slides off a screen left wing. Sets up the high-low, batted by Moore. Khalid had 6 steals in the season opener last year. Now a deep 3 on the left wing by DeVoe off the side rim.
Well, it was wide open. You can't fault that.
And DeVoe had made both of his 3-point attempts so far. Georgia State the lead in the ball. On top by 8 with 6 minutes even to go first half. Sosame gathers out front. Throws behind him. The dribble drive by Moore. Skids a bounce pass across the baseline to Toppin. Leaves a foul line. Short jumper. Front rim no. Sosame had it. Now ripped away by Moore. They call the jump ball first, though. And possession keeps it with Georgia State.
Usher checking in. We'll see who goes out here.
Comes in for DeVoe. And Moses Wright also subs in. Rodney Howard is iced with 3 fouls for the moment, so that'll move Moses to the 5. Gigi Berea comes out. Moses did have 7 double-doubles a year ago. Needs to bring that hustle to the boards. Another baseline inbound. Tucked inside Sosame, and he soars in for the lay-in. They lost Sosame, and it's now a 10-point lead again for Georgia State, 28-18 with 5:38 to play. Alvarado parks himself on the right side angle. One hands it up top to Parham. Very wide man-to-man defense by Georgia State. Here's Moore shaking at the top, whistle, and we have a reach-in foul on Georgia State. He drew the 6'10 Thomas out high. He's pleading his case over to Mike Roberts, but he's instead whistled for his second and team's 5th.
I'm thinking about something Coach Bassler says a lot in practice through the years. And hey, I'll be honest with you, folks. I've missed that. I can't go to practice because of obvious health concerns for players and testing and so on. But a lot of giving the ball a headache. A lot of individual dribbling.
Right, a power dribble inside the lane, and he airballs the jumper just outside the right block. Short-armed it. That comes the Panthers leading 28-18. Williams tripped around the pick and roll on the left, maintained the dribble, and evacuates it to Allen. Guarded at the top by Parham. Shovels away to Williams. 34% three-point shooter in the lane. Forces one up and draws the foul. It's off the rim, but he took the hit on the way up from Parham. His first team 7th. It was in the axe, but Georgia State's back at the line. Georgia State has been much better on its pick and rolls than Georgia Tech has. In collapsing the defense, or at least getting to the free throw line, as Williams has here. Cox fires in and out on the first. Georgia Tech has won 14 straight in the series. Their last loss, 1976. First time these teams meeting since 2008 as Williams strokes the second free throw in. 29-18, Georgia State on top. More full court pressure by the Panthers. Moore brings it across. He ran some point, remember, in Rupp Arena last year. He initiates the offense for the Yellow Jackets, who shoot to our right. Alvarado glances behind him to Josh Pastner, who's wearing the face shield tonight, who barks out the play call. One high, four flat. Alvarado in the stare down with Roberts. Outside left. On the move down the right of the lane. Scoops it up with the right hand. All in one motion and lays it in. Alvarado on the board with his first bucket after missing his first two shots. 29-20 Panthers. Trying to stay over the top of a side pick and roll by Williams. To Roberts out front. Slashes in down the right side. Kills the dribble and lobs it out. Whistle and a push-off called on Boyce as he tried to take that lob at the top against Khalid Moore. That's Boyce's second, team sixth, and now the Panthers here with 4:15 to go. Out of fouls to give.
Yeah, credit Khalid because he was in position to make a steal, and Boyce knew it, thought he might get away with the push, but did not.
And Khalid fits that Swiss Army knife role for the Yellow Jacket team. He was outstanding in Raleigh in the season opener last year. Season high 11 points, 4 rebounds, 3 assists, 6 steals. They do not win that game last year and did not complete the comeback against the Wolfpack.
No, not without him.
Without Moore. Fakes the screen out high on Alvarado. Jose pounds it out right wing. Darts in, dishes out. Moore fakes the three left corner. Whistle, and they call him for a foul. No, a foul on the floor against Georgia State. JoJo Toppin tried to beat him to the spot on the baseline, but didn't get there in time. That is the 7th foul of the half against the Panthers at 4 minutes even to play. And Khalid will have some time to think about this 1-and-1 as we've hit timeout. Georgia Tech trailing Georgia State 29-20 at McCamish. 4 minutes even to go. First half. Randy and I back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
You're clear.
State Farm, surprisingly great race. We gave this game day jam surprisingly great lyrics.
A lot of guys who are on the bench wearing the shields.
Yep.
They have to wear something. That's approved.
Like a good neighbor.
What'd you say, Miller?
So they have to wear something, and those are approved.
Basketball continues after this
they got them
on
involved.
the Georgia
Georgia
Tech
State is
Sports
11
Network from Learfield IMG College.
Yellow Jacket fans,
That's the
everyday
issue
life
right
can
now.
do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech.
Hey,
Athletics.
Kogi's here.
At the Joint, you never need an appointment or insurance, and we're open evenings and weekends. Visit any one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today and receive our new patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn more,
It's interesting that the T-Wolves signed
Libman makes a difference.
Ashton
the
Hagen.
Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning
he
team.
and Okogie are the
Libman
same
Mop
guy.
Crew makes sure the hardwood is clean and safe
so
for the
that'll
players
be
every
interesting.
game at McCamish Pavilion. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court,
And
Libman
you know
has the
they ain't
tools
gonna
to
pay
keep it clean. Our
Okogie.
mops, brooms, and
I'm sorry,
brushes are
they ain't
proudly
gonna pay
family made in the
Hagen's
USA.
what they paid the
Visit
first round
Libman.com
pick.
to see our whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, proud partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
All right, stand by. Mics are up.
Hyatt Regency Atlanta is here. Stay for game day. Visit us at HyattRegencyAtlanta.com and use offer code GTECH. Hyatt Regency Atlanta, an official partner of Georgia Tech Athletics. Georgia State 29, Georgia Tech 20. 4 minutes to go. First half for McCamish. And among the scattered and socially distanced crowd tonight at 10th and Fowler, Randy, the former Jacket, current Minnesota Timberwolf Josh Okogie. Good to see J.O. on the video board during the break.
Boy, from day one here, and I know from day one people didn't know what was coming, but you could see the work ethic day one.
I'm surprised he wanted to come out here because remember when Georgia Tech played that exhibition game for hurricane relief against Georgia State, he dislocated his finger in the game and missed the first 6 games of the regular season. Khalid Moore out of the timeout shoots a 1-and-1.
We could blame the 9-point deficit on Josh O tonight if we wanted to.
Your guess is as good as mine. Khalid dips low, releases, free throw, swish. Right now, though, Georgia Tech has to tighten up its two-point defense. We thought they'd have to match threes with the Panthers, but Georgia State is 1 of 5 from 3 and 11 of 16 from 2, as the second one is knocked in by Khalid Moore, who's given some good minutes off the bench for Josh Pastner. And it's a 7-point deficit. Arm squats at the timeline, waits on the point guard Roberts. Can't beat him on the angle left. To Allen. Off a screen, comes out high, wanted a pick-and-roll entry pass. Instead reverses out top to Roberts. Looking in low. Georgia Tech doing a good job to front the post. Alvarado poked it out of the hands of the ball handler in front of the Georgia Tech bench, Williams, and the ball tips last off of Williams for the turnover.
Turnovers are even now, 9-9. It was 9-6. Georgia Tech with the 9 and Georgia State with the 6, even up 9-0.
Doesn't make these coaches cringe any less. Parham tries for a drop-off pass all the way through, tried to thread the needle to Moore. It was tipped out of his hands by Toppin and over the baseline. Stays Tech ball.
Darn near jinxed that turnover thing, didn't I?
Usher keys it in against no pressure. Hits Parham out front for 3. Back rim, no. It was straight but strong. But Moses tracks down the rebound on the right wing. Moses, his first rebound of the game. Josh Pastner needs him to be that rebounding presence. Alvarado dancing foul line. Alley-oops it up. Usher misses the dunk. Grabs it back beneath the basket. Dumps it off to Moses. He won't miss that dunk. A two-hand flush by the senior. 29-24 Georgia State. Dribble drive. Williams stripped by Alvarado, who twirls over the baseline and deflects it off Williams for the turnover. The Brooklyn Burglar is striking late at night here at McCamish.
How do you spell energy? J-O-S-E.
Man alive. When will they learn? School record 9 steals against NC State last year here. 29-24. Panthers on top, but Georgia Tech starting to sharpen its fangs defensively with inside of 3 minutes to go in the first half. Alvarado on the jog out of backcourt left to right. Requires a screen at the top from Moore. Comes right. Penetrates all the way through on the scoop. No good. Moses races in, grabs the rebound, and the stick back good. A lot more energy out of the break by the Jackets in transition now. Sosame fills the lane and lays it in. Well, not as much energy getting back after the made bucket as 31-26 Panthers. 2:31 to play. Alvarado fends off the isolation pressure in the backcourt. It orchestrates the offense for the white-clad Yellow Jackets. Moore dribbles at the top. Stops at the right elbow. Exchanges with Usher. Down the lane, he was stripped as he made a hard pivot towards the basket and the foul called. Out of a guttural scream there to call attention to the foul. Team's 8th. It was in the act, and so Jordan shoots his first free throws of the season.
Boy, this is only going to be the Jackets' 5th attempt.
Usher's first nestles in. 76% at the line a year ago. Started all 23 games after he gained his eligibility in December. And a season-high 18 points in his second game as a Yellow Jacket versus Boise State. Native of Canton, Georgia, spins it, sends it, second free throw heavy. Rebound corralled by Georgia State. They look to turn the floor. On top, 31-27. Roberts on the Euro step, rolls it up and in. They powered right through Jose Alvarado. They were 19th in the nation in adjusted tempo last year. They will read out and run. Moses takes wide right of the lane. Faces up on Sosame. Hits him with a hezzy. Fades baseline with the hook. It's no good. Whistle as the body hit the deck underneath. Foul called on Georgia State. They're going to call Sosame, and it might have been actually on Wright in the act of shooting. Wright was the one who hit the floor. Sosame was the one playing post-up defense on him, and I think he gave him a nudge as he elevated for that hook shot.
You got to take advantage here, Andy, at the line.
Yeah, Tech 4 of 6 at the line tonight. They were 12th in the ACC last year, 67.7%. Moses 62% last year, and he front rims the first. Stays 33-27 Georgia State with 1:54 to play. Moses 53% from the field last year, 3rd in the ACC. No dribble, free throw, front rim, doesn't get the roll. Rebound popped out long, still loose. Usher has it. Angles in from the right, banks it up. Oh, they wave it off, an offensive foul. That is Usher's second. Josh Pastner applauds the effort, I think more so than that call.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And it stays a 6-point deficit. But an empty free throw trip And then an empty possession after the offensive rebound. Here's Williams coasting across the timeline. Swung to Allen left wing. Tucks it in deep to Sosame. Turns, lays it up. No. Rebound yanked in by Moore. Acrobatic rebound by the junior. Takes it down the left of the lane. Tries to go coast to coast. He was stripped by Williams. Eyes up and scanning. Bounces ahead to Allen. Alley-oops it inside. And the layup falls by Moore.
Once again, turnover.
35-27 Panthers. 1:21 to play. An 11th first half turnover by the Jackets. Points off turnovers. 15-14 Georgia State. But that still doesn't sit well with you. 1 high, 4 low. DeVoe runs the point with the belt high dribble. He drifts off high right. Jumps across court to right. To Alvarado out front. Shot clock at 8. Dribbles through traffic. Avoids the steal. Wraparound pass to right. Straight on 3. Rim's no good. Rebound kept alive by Moore into DeVoe. To a trailing Moses. Moses bangs it up. No, but a foul called. And this time it's a block on the Panthers. Georgia Tech has done a good job. Not necessarily in the conventional offensive rebounds, but in those long offensive rebounds, just winning the 50-50 balls, and it results in free throws from Moses. Timeout Georgia Tech with 51.6 seconds to go. So Josh Pastner elects to use his use it or lose it timeout and perhaps give Moses right a breather before the free throws. And while he gets a breather, we'll go inside our network studios in a preview of what's to come in our Ramblin' Wreck halftime show. Here's Dan Kortz. Dan, what are you working on?
Well, working on the ACC scoreboard right now and a highlight recap as well. An upset taking place in the ACC. And the ACC outside of that upset, though, having a pretty good day. Otherwise, I'll have more as ranked teams, Virginia and North Carolina in action. More of that coming up in our halftime show.
Looking forward to that. Thank you, Dan. 35-27, Georgia State on top of Tech. Georgia Tech trails by 8. They once led by 8 out of the gate, shooting 34%, 10 of 29. And 3 of 13 from 3. They've missed their last 9. And both teams 4 of 8 at the free throw line. But they got to do a better job defensively. They're allowing Georgia State to shoot 60%, 15 of 25.
Well, and Andy, this is a somewhat staggering number considering they're down 35-27. Georgia Tech has 13 offensive rebounds.
Man.
They've not been able to convert it right here at the line.
Another free throw short by Moses. Just doesn't have his legs under him. That is 13 offensive rebounds on 19 missed shots.
Yeah.
That is an outrageous offensive rebounding percentage. As the second free throw is good by Moses, he splits the pair. Deficit 7, 51.6 seconds to go in the half. A soft screen, high right. Williams can't turn the corner. Gives it up to Toppin, who straddles the arc out front. Chested up by Usher. Georgia Tech is in the man-to-man. Williams dances behind the screen, pulls up for a 3-0, and he swishes it with a hand in his face. He was just trying to draw the foul. And somehow flung that in to make it 38-28. Williams a 34% three-point shooter, but he was just looking to draw the foul. Alvarado now in the stare down at the top. Whips it to DeVoe straight away. About a 2-second differential shot clock to game clock. Gets downhill on his man. Draws the second defender at the left elbow. Jump pass cross court. Parham sidesteps his man, pulls up for a 3, and he was fouled. The plaintive cries of Kane Williams go unheeded there on the near side, and Bubba Parham shoots 3 free throws with 9.7 seconds to go in the half.
Well, if Bubba can, go 3 for 3 here and you get a stop, I mean, that could be a big swing, not being down double digits at the half.
Bubba one dribble, sends it up, and he swishes it. Wanted to wait until he made that first one to tell you he was 87% at the line last year, 26 of 30. Started 6 games during Jose Alvarado's injury. Second one a swish. Averaged 5.2 points, 30% from 3 last year. Had his birthday Monday as well. He started playing with Josh Okogie when they were 8 years old.
Wow.
Josh, as we told you, in the building tonight. The third free throw was down the well.
Okay, defensive substitution here. Khalid Moore in for Bubba.
And Rob Lanier elects his 30-second timeout with 9.7 seconds to go. 38-31, Panthers lead the Jackets. Season opener of 2021, a season that we will all remember for manifold reasons. We hope by the end, most of them pleasant ones for the Yellow Jackets. Yeah. Coming off that 17-14 season a year ago.
Right. Georgia State is shooting 61.5%.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it.
No.
And fast break points. Georgia State, a reason why they're 61%. Yeah. They have 15 fast break points.
Well, you add that to some of the offensive putbacks early in the game, and you talk about high-percentage basketball.
Yeah, sometimes very easy on the box score to connect the dots and explain why the team's trailing. 5 of Usher, Alvarado, Moore, DeVoe, and Wright for the Jackets. Inbound comes to Williams. Jogs it up the right sideline. Takes a screen, drives the lane, rolls it up, rejected by Moore. Out to Moore in the left corner for a 3. Rims no. Rebound secured by Wright, and that does it for the first half. A violent rejection on that dribble drive by Khalid Moore. It turned into a perfect kick-out pass to Colin Moore for the Panthers, but his 3 grazed the rim, and it takes us to the end of the first half. Our score, Georgia State 38 and Georgia Tech 31. Coming up on the halftime show, Dan Courts lets you listen to some of the highlights, first half stats. We'll also have our second half adjustments presented by the Joint Chiropractic and much more. Stay with us on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news?
You're clear as the halftime clock started yet?
No, it is not.
Okay.
Yeah, 14:57, 56.
No, you might have had a little more volume in my ear.
53, 52, 51, 50. Boom. All right, perfect.
Friend of mine just texted.
Checked it. Can you give me a little more volume in my ear?
You?
Yeah, I'm just.
Or them?
No, me. I'm just. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Yeah, thank you.
A friend of mine just texted me and said, "Are all the Tech bench players taking welding class while they're here?"
More trades than any U.S. senator. Worse, while David Perdue was lining his pockets, he told us the virus posed little risk, leaving Georgia unprepared. There's a better choice. John Ossoff.
That's what I need to hear. More political ads.
Yeah, seriously.
He's refusing donations from corporate PACs. And John Ossoff will listen to doctors and scientists to defeat this virus and rebuild our economy.
I'm John Ossoff, candidate for Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by John Ossoff for Senate.
More Tech basketball comes your way in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Here comes the slam! Scanny Energy is proud to partner with Georgia Tech basketball. And just like how the Yellow Jackets set the Nets on fire in the 404, Georgia
I got a bunch of those.
Once they see these hot savings on natural gas.
Oh, that's Grider.
All right, and Randy, I'm going to take an ID during one of these segments so you don't have to worry about it.
Beauty.
Call the right play and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit
That's good because I've been in hibernation for 8.5 months. I don't know what I'm doing.
Come check out what everyone's been talking about. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
I'll leave you with your usual 3 minutes on the clock before, or 3 to 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, no worries.
Sides such as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes, including our famous boozy shake. Visit our 5 locations throughout Metro Atlanta.
Same tag. You're listening to Georgia Tech Sports on Learfield IMG.
Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College. Yeah, whatever works.
Live fast, eat well. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
All right, I'm going to set up mute briefly.
All right, buddy.
Check.
20 minutes of action are in the books, and it's time to power up for the second half with the Ramblin' Wreck Halftime Show. To begin our halftime coverage, we head back to the Learfield IMG College Network Studios and Dan Courts.
And hello, everyone, and welcome inside the network studios for the Ramblin' Wreck Halftime Show. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets trail the Georgia State Panthers 38-31. A look at the Georgia Power scoreboard. Georgia Tech and Georgia Power have been bringing winning energy since 1891. We will stay in the ACC games currently in progress. In Raleigh, NC State starting to run away with their matchup against Charleston Southern as the Wolfpack leading the Bucks right now 68-40 midway through the second half. Clemson and Mississippi State meeting in the Space Coast Challenge in Melbourne, Florida. Tigers with a lead over Mississippi State, 48-37, under 3 minutes to go in the ball game. One game to tip off at any moment now at Mohegan Sun Arena as Boston College, well, they get the task of meeting third-ranked Villanova in their season opener. Games final from earlier, Virginia Tech at home defeats Radford 77-62. Earlier at Mohegan Sun, fourth-ranked Virginia, a winner over Towson big 89-54. And if you thought that was a big deficit, In Winston-Salem, Wake Forest victorious over Delaware State 111-51 at the Joel. Louisville at home, they defeated Evansville 79-44. In Chapel Hill, 16th-ranked North Carolina, a winner over Charleston 79-60. The only ACC team that's lost right now, Pitt, they fell upset victim to St. Francis of Pennsylvania 80-70. That is your look at the Georgia Power scoreboard. Before we go any further, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Georgia Tech basketball. Georgia Tech trails Georgia State 38-31. We'll take a look back at the first half when we return. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome to Keno Talk.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish. The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every
Here,
3.5
well.
minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it out.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
Today tastes like game day at home. Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining. And an ice-cold Coke to cool down the heat. It tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life. Today tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good. Coca-Cola. Together tastes better.
We'll have more Yellow Jacket basketball after these local messages. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/go Jackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Welcome back to the Ramblin' Wreck Recharge. It's time now for a look back at the first 20 minutes. To bring you all the biggest plays and numbers from the first half, here's Dan Courts.
And hello, everyone, and welcome back inside the network studios. Your Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets trail the Georgia State Panthers 38-31. We take a look back at the first half. Jackets and Panthers playing a very quick style early, but Moses Wright hitting an open 3 before Georgia State responded with a tough basket. Michael DeVoe then dialing one up from deep and connecting. And then a short time later, Jordan Usher staying aggressive when the Panthers may have been a little passive.
A baseline inbound with Tech on top 6-2. Roberts has to rainbow it out, 45 feet away, intercepted by Usher. Open floor, he takes to the skies and jams it down. Easy pickings off that lollipop of an inbounds pass.
8-2 Jackets, a little under 18 minutes to go. Panthers then cut it to 4, but then another 3 by DeVoe in response. Jackets up 11-5 at the first media timeout. Then the next several minutes saw Georgia State make a little bit of a run at the Jackets as Georgia Tech went a little over 2.5 minutes without scoring. Georgia State staying close, down only 4, 15-11 Jackets with 12 minutes to play. And then the Panthers cutting their deficit to 2 before tying it at 15 with only 10:32 to play. Jackets mired by cold shooting and turnovers before Georgia State took its first lead 17-15 and then adding a 3 to go up 5. A 15-2 Panther run at that point. That run also not stopping as Georgia State led by 11, 26-15 at the under 8 timeout. Panthers couldn't do anything wrong. The Jackets not doing much right. And the Jackets, however, then showing a renewed sense of urgency out of the timeout, though, scoring all 3 almost immediately. But Georgia State with a response of their own to get back up 10. Down 11, Jose Alvarado was finally looking to crack the scoring sheet.
Face shield tonight who barks out the play call. One high, four flat. Alvarado in the stare down with Roberts. Outside left. On the move down the right of the lane. Scoops it up with the right hand. All in one motion and lays it in. Alvarado on the board with his first bucket.
29-20 Panthers. That our score at the final media timeout as well. Jackets then getting the Panther lead to as close as 3 with under 3 minutes to play. Panthers, however, with a transition bucket to go back up 5 and then play pretty stagnant over the next minute before Georgia State went up 8 before going back up 10. Jackets getting 3 free throws from Bubba Parham in the last 10 seconds. Not the ideal half, however, for the Jackets, and that is where we stand. Georgia Tech trailing Georgia State 38-31. Live at the network studios, I'm Dan Kortz. Randy Waters takes a look at first half stats when we return. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
The radical left will do anything for total control. But a bipartisan Senate committee of Democrats and Republicans cleared Kelly Loeffler of their false accusations.
Today's clear exoneration affirms what Senator Loeffler has said all along.
She's been exonerated.
She did nothing wrong.
What Kelly did do is deliver for Georgia.
Kelly Loeffler is working to make sure hospitals have staff and PPE.
So the first half stats, Randy? You got the read. I'll circle it for you.
Okay, thank you, Bob.
It's Hey Georgia. You can play Georgia Lottery games online at home, on your phone, or anywhere. Go to galottery.com and click on DigiGames. DigiGames.
Beauty.
DigiGames.
She's using her platform to make sure no Georgian goes hungry.
This election, stand with Kelly. Save the Senate from radical control. Save
All
the
right,
future
I need to cut
for
one
America.
I'm Kelly Loeffler. I approve this message.
All the political
Paid for by Georgians for Kelly Loeffler.
Live coverage of Jackets basketball continues after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network.
Helps. You know what, though?
Hey, it's the bottom line, baby.
Yeah.
Green.
Hey.
Yeah.
And if we can...
Libman
right
makes
now,
a difference.
the
Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team. The Libman Mop Crew makes sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at McCamish Pavilion. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Our mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see our whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, proud partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Yellow Jacket.
Last spot.
Life can
Gotcha,
do a
brother.
number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic.
Yeah, nothing
the official
bonus either, so we do
chiropractor
gotta
of
take
Georgia
a full
Tech
check.
Athletics. At the Joint, you never need an appointment or insurance.
It's been
We're open
less than
evenings
similar
and
days to you
weekends.
for the
Visit any
Maria
one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today to receive our new patient special, including
We got time,
exam,
everybody. We got time.
consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn more, visit thejoint.com.
And as said, I've already taken the ID. Rejoin coming, Randy. Stand by.
The second half is almost here, and the Jackets are ready to buzz. What's it going to take to get another win? To find out, we head back to courtside for today's second half adjustments.
Mike's up.
Well, Georgia Tech certainly has to make some adjustments defensively. Points in the paint, they are minus 12. That's a 24-12 advantage for the Georgia State Panthers. And fast break, oh my heavens, 15-2 the advantage for the visitors there. Jackets got off to a fast start in this game, but could not keep up that pace. And so here at the break, they trail 38-31, down by as many as a dozen points in this game, however. And don't forget, Georgia, you can play Georgia Lottery games online, at home, on your phone, or anywhere. Go to galottery.com and click on DigiGames. As far as this game is concerned, as I mentioned, the Jackets facing a deficit here at halftime of -7. They are led in scoring here at the half. Michael DeVoe, 8 points. He is 3 of 6 from the floor, and he is 2 out of 3 from 3. That leads the Jackets in scoring, along with Moses Wright, who is 3 out of 6. So those two are a combined 6 for 12, while the team, as far as overall shooting in the game, 6 for 12, mentioned those two. Rest of the team is only 4 for 17. And so the Jackets 10 out of 29 overall. Got to step that up in the second half. You're listening to Georgia Tech Athletics on the Learfield IMG College Network.
Our police
You're clear.
their lives defending us.
146, 145.
We can.
Attacking police.
We'll come back. No
Compare
bump.
Hard-working law enforcement officers to
Yeah, we
gangsters
should be
and
all right with no
thugs.
bump.
What do police have to say? Here's Sheriff Mike Jolly.
Our job is hard enough, but Raphael Warnock's radical views puts our families and neighbors at risk. Warnock calls us thugs and gangsters. He thinks we're the problem.
Worse, Raphael Warnock stands with extremists who want to defund the police.
Warnock is an anti-police extremist. That's why he's back.
Let's hope the win at Clemson is.
Defunding the police is crazy.
We're going to a gas station. Not a real distant memory.
We're going to a gas station.
You're going to be working at a gas station.
Reject Raphael Warnock. Not just radical. He's dangerous. American Crossroads paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee.
Saba got a little education and physicality there in the first half.
Yep. More Tech basketball comes your way in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
With no bump, we're back in 1 minute.
Grindhouse Killer Burgers was voted Atlanta's best burger by
So no bump?
Yeah, no bump.
Okay.
Featuring beef, turkey, veggie, and the all-new Impossible Burger. Choose sides such as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes, including our famous Boozy Shake. Visit our 5 locations throughout Metro Atlanta, which include dozens of local craft beers, wine, a full liquor bar, tons of patio seating, and TVs playing sports and cult movie classics. Live fast, eat well. Grindhouse Killer Burgers. These
Last
days, I'm
spot.
spending a lot more time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. And here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LED
10
smart home
seconds,
products like smart
Mark.
speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping.
Stand by 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike's up.
Set to start the second half where Georgia Tech trails Georgia State 38-31. If you're the kind of person, however, who takes solace in symmetry, Randy Waters. Last year in the season opener in Raleigh, Georgia Tech trailed NC State at the break by 7 points. And they won in overtime. I'm just trying to spread some sunshine, partner.
I agree, and this is a year in which we need sunshine, and it's much appreciated. I think I expect them to stick with the man-to-man, I would guess, defensively, meaning Georgia Tech.
Same original 5 of DeVoe, Alvarado, Usher, Howard, and Wright to begin the second half. And take this for what it's worth. Rodney Howard, no points in that first half, 3 fouls, but he did lead Georgia Tech in plus-minus, +5. Tech basketball, we flip side to the floor. Tech shoots to our left as we describe it. Alvarado rocks the dribble down the right of the lane, whips it to DeVoe, left corner for a 3. It was off the top of the backboard, raises the rim on the way down and pulled away on the run by Allen. A wild misfire by DeVoe. 42% from 3 last year. Allen with a fall away above the right block. It doesn't fall. Usher the rebound. Snaps it ahead to DeVoe, but it's a turnover as he sailed it too far in front of him, trying to press the tempo.
I was about to say a concerted effort to get out on the break that time, but Wild with the pass.
Turnover is Georgia Tech's 12th. Opening minute of our second half, 38-31 Panthers. Roberts initiates the offense, leans over the dribble, given some space by DeVoe. Off a curl, finds Allen. Back it comes to Roberts' left wing. He hits an open man in the corner. Williams' 3 spins out, rebound Panthers, and they stick it back up and in with Sosame. 40-31. Georgia Tech has to do a better job cracking bodies there when shots are airborne. DeVoe on the handle out front. Dishes a Jose. Spot up 3 right wing. It was straight but strong, and the rebound cleared by Allen for the Panthers. Jose has not made a three-pointer tonight. Up-court pass by Sosame. He cannot handle it under the basket, a turnover. And I mentioned that, Randy, because Jose ended last season making a three-pointer in 18 consecutive games. It's the longest streak with a made three-pointer in a game since Adam Smith. Pretty good company.
Wow, yeah. Very good company.
40-31 Panthers. DeVoe this time brings the ball across the timeline from right to left. Waves away a screen from Gigi Barria. Down the right side, finesses it up. Oh, it's in and out. Halfway down and out with the offhand. Williams the other way, slicing through, snapping into the right corner. Allen's 3-ball is long. Rebound volleyed up. Gigi Barria pokes it loose to DeVoe. Lead feed Usher. Usher ahead of the pack, and he slams it down. And the up-court pass was nearly stolen by DeVoe at mid-court, but he tripped up Allen and a foul called. 40-33 Panthers, 18-16 to play. Second half, the foul is DeVoe is first, team's first. He tried to jump underneath that long outlet pass. give Usher 7. Also 5 rebounds, which ties DeVoe for the most on the team. Panthers 2 of 9 from 3 so far. Georgia Tech 7th nationally last year in three-point defense. Roberts with a high dribble at the letters, 35 feet away on the right. 2 hands across court to Allen. Surveys in front of Usher. Georgia Tech in the man-to-man. Loads up his screen, dances left, pulls up for 3. Rim's no good. Rebound tapped around, controlled by Thomas. Brings it low, almost had it stripped. A power dribble down to a cutting Roberts. Up and under was no good. Wild rebound, Thomas. Shot clock doesn't reset. Here's Williams with a hop step down the lane, and he banks it up and in over Gigi Barria. Kane Williams, the senior from Douglasville, makes it 42-33 Georgia State. 17:38 to play. Here's right between the rings. Drops it off to Usher. Looks to get downhill. Drags it between his legs. Spins inside the lane. His fall away jumper doesn't fall, but a foul called. They try to spread out and clear out for Jordan. And he's rewarded with a free throw trip on Georgia State's first foul of the half. It is against Allen, his first.
Well, they're getting some trips. This will be the 14th free throw attempt, but 8 of 13 in the first half to see if they can pick up the percentage here in the second half.
And what's amazing, Georgia Tech did not have a free throw attempt in the first 12 minutes of the first half. So those all came in the last 8 minutes as Usher misfires on the first. Substitution as Moore comes in for Gigi Barria. Georgia Tech going small with Wright at the 5, and this will likely move Moore to the 4. Tech still trails by 9. They trailed by as many as 11. Knee bend released by Jordan. Rattles at home. Hear the clang from the flange as that ball coaxed in by the now senior Jordan Usher. 42-34, Panthers on top. A standing dribble by Roberts. He whips it topside to Allen. Former Horizon League Freshman of the Year at Detroit tries to turn the corner around the screen. Laid off inside to Sosame. He lays it in. Extra pass to Eliel Sosame, the Cincinnati transfer. Lead double digits again for the Panthers, 44-34. DeVoe takes it down the right of the lane. His floater is good. Michael DeVoe got that half step, trying to activate his offense. Pass down the baseline to Williams. He drives in, lays it in, and a foul. Corey Allen just playing possum down there along the baseline, caught it over the top and was able to tightrope the baseline and lay it in before the block attempt could come, and it's a chance for a three-point play after the made layup on the other end. Foul is on Usher, that's his third.
This would equal their largest lead if he makes the free throw.
And Allen is a dynamic scorer. He had 20 points against Duke last year, 21 against Georgetown. So you know he's not phased coming here to McCamish. Now to Ypsilanti, Michigan, free throw, back rim. Rebound up for grabs, and it's wrestled away by Thomas. Now is it tied up by Moore. Jump ball to call. Arrow keeps it with Georgia State. But Jalen Thomas, the 6'10 sophomore from Detroit, has been very active on the glass. And Georgia State is +6 on the boards right now against Tech. 47-36 Panthers, 16:48 to play. Now a three-pointer off the inbound. It rims no good. Rebound tapped up, won by the Panthers. Inside the paint, muscled up, and it spins around. No, rebound right. Quickly outlet to Alvarado. Jose turns the floor quickly. Coast to coast with the Eurostep. Lost it right, regathers. Blocking foul called as he barreled down the lane, trying for the lay-in. Kane Williams is second, and Moses, who is 1 of 4 at the free throw line in the first half. Look at his first free throw trips on the second, with Georgia Tech down by 11, matching its largest deficit. Moses, in spite of 1 of 4 free throw shooting, 8 points, 5 rebounds in that first half. This free throw is good. 47-37 Panthers. And now the second effort. That's good. Georgia State sub Evan Johnson, the freshman from Durham, North Carolina, who prepped at Oak Hill Academy, comes in for Williams. Tactical breather by Rob Lanier, given to his preseason first-team All-Sun Belt guard.
Getting back in there after the under-16 timeout.
Verano set to stalk Roberts inside the jump circle. Jose, 3 first-half steals. Roberts at the top. Crossover. Pulls up above the foul line. Back rim, no. Rebound grab by Sosame. His putback doesn't fall, but a foul called. Moses elevated, but he mistimed the jump and couldn't reach back and reel that in, and Sosame instead was able to get the ball back up on the rim.
+7 rebounding now for the Panthers, 27-20.
And they're 20 of 40, so they've only missed 20 shots. But they have 15 offensive rebounds on those 20 misses. Sosame is a left-hander, and he sinks the first free throw to make it 47-38. Boyce in, Thomas out for Georgia State. Sosame, as we told you, originally from Cincinnati, University of Cincinnati, is the second free throws down the well. He is part of that Bearcats team that beat Georgia State in the 2019 NCAA tournament. And off the made free throw, Georgia State picks up Tech in full court. Alvarado up the right sideline. He goes coast to coast on his man, and he drew a bump. Boy, he was ridden like Secretariat by the freshman Johnson. Was on the floor. The Panthers' third.
He's moving like a tremendous machine. Oh, no, that was Secretariat.
That was the actual one. Usher still looking, and he bounces in the right corner to Moore. His right demanding it in the post. Takes the bounce, turns baseline, splits a pair of defenders, floats it up and in. Good patience in the post and good footwork by Moses. He's got 12, 48-40 Panthers. Roberts gathers it in right sideline. Usher with arms wide in front of him. Launches it cross court, a deep 3 ball, swish by Johnson. He is a freshman but had no regard on that deep 3-pointer. 51-40 Panthers. 15:39 to play. DeVoe in from the right, whistle, and he was fouled on the floor as he took it in. That's Moore's second. And the fouls mounting a little on Georgia State as we get underway in the second half. That's their fourth, but they still lead by 11. 51-40 over Tech. 15:38 to play from McCamish. We're back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Geico presents Left
You're
Brain
clear.
versus Right Brain.
You know, we should switch to Geico.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, buddy.
We could save hundreds of dollars a year on car insurance.
Ooh, with that kind of scratch, we can get the band back together for a reunion tour.
A, we were never in a band. B, Glenn let us play the tambourine on stage one time. And C, we will, however, put that savings towards a new interview suit.
Look what I found. Huh? Still got it.
Oh, no.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
What does Julie, who runs a thriving local business, have in common with a starting quarterback? They both know how to hustle. As a small business owner, you rise before the sun and push till well after it sets. Outpace and defy expectations. Every QB needs a great team. UPS is here to support the hustle with tools and expert advice to help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
We saved big money with our Progressive Home and Auto Bundle and used the cash to take a family vacation.
To Hawaii.
Who's up for a luau?
This is not a real testimonial. Sure, customers can save big money with Progressive, but not enough to go to Hawaii. They'll probably use it for things like the mortgage and groceries, or even a travel magazine, so at least they can see pictures of Hawaii.
Aloha!
Yes.
Bump coming. Hang on one sec. Stand by.
That magazine. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates.
Mike's up.
Did you know that right now Geico is offering an extra 15% credit on car, motorcycle, and RV policies? That's on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Visit geico.com to learn more. 15:38 to play. Tech trailing Georgia State 51-40. As Georgia Tech had to weather a 19-0 Georgia State run midway through that first half after Tech led by 8 out of the chute. And Georgia State, one of the reasons they've held Georgia Tech at arm's length in these opening minutes of the second half, Randy, is the way they have been pounding the boards.
I mean, the rebound advantage, I already mentioned that, and here in the second half, it's 9-3 in this half on the glass. So Jackets better put on the hard hats and the blue collars, or this thing is going to go even further south in a hurry.
Georgia Tech possession out of the timeout. Josh Pastner goes with DeVoe, Usher, Moore, Wright, and Alvarado. Side out of bounds, thrown to Alvarado between the rings, and he exchanges with DeVoe. Georgia Tech basket to our left as they shoot. Alvarado with a hesitation down the lane, switches hands in midair, and rolls it in off the front iron and down. Georgia State, as we've said all night, quickly the other way. Georgia Tech hurries back. Now Johnson angles in, drops it off inside the paint, and the flick shot falls by Thomas. So back and forth we go. 51-53-42 Georgia State. Alvarado thought about the three on the right wing. Instead feeds Moore straight on. Down the right side, and he was fouled by Boyce. Again, a floor foul, but what these on-ball defenders are doing for Georgia State is they're extending the arm into the side of these penetrators for Tech. That's already the fifth foul of the half for the Panthers.
They're jamming up what's already been a rather inefficient Tech offense.
Alvarado right side angle. Works his way down the baseline. He's blanketed by the 6'10 Thomas. He kicks out to DeVoe for threes. Around no good. Tap for it, controlled by DeVoe inside the lane. Floats it back up and in. The tap was kept active by Khalid Moore. 53-44 Panthers. 14:42 to play. Off a stagger screen, Alvarado tunnels over the top of it and stays in front of the freshman Johnson. Away to Allen. He curls across the lane, shoots the scoop with the left hand and scores around Moses Wright.
Well, Tech can't afford to trade field goals, but that's exactly what's happening here in the last few minutes.
And both teams finding their offense. Alvarado now down the lane with a hesitation. His double clutch doesn't fall. Rebound Thomas for the Panthers. Jose more active trying to get to the rim on the dribble. Came up empty that time. 55-44 Panthers with 14:12 to play as they settle down the possession. Johnson racks up a high middle screen, moves right, pulls up for a three, rims no good. Rebound Thomas, he was 1-on-3 for that, grabbed the rebound, now a jump ball tie-up. The possession arrow gives it to Georgia Tech, but even Tech possession on the alternating arrow will not sit well with Josh Pastner because Thomas, surrounded by three Georgia Tech players, was able to outmuscle them for the rebound.
7 offensive rebounds in this half for Georgia State.
Again, that's been the big issue. 16 offensive rebounds on 21 missed field goals. As Georgia Tech well knows, that is not a sustainable rate. They trail by 11, 55-44 with 13:55 to play. Parham this time begins the offense. Dribbling out at the top, spots a seam down the left of the lane, and his teardrop is good. 5'11" Bubba Parham catching a crease down that left side, and Alvarado pokes away the upcourt pass. Now he takes it, pulls up for a three, right side angle, and knocks it down. And now a timeout, Ron Blanier, as Jose just playing possum behind the play off that outlet pass, poked it away from the inbounder, and he turns it into a transition three to all of a sudden Randy make it a 6-point game, 55-49 Georgia State. Timeout extends to a full. We'll take it with him. 13:35 to play in McCamish on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
You are clear.
One of the few transition opportunities they've had. Well, they've got 7 fast break points in this half. I guess.
Okay.
Well, yeah, 9 in the game, so only 2 in the first half. 15. Puffer and fucking man.
Well, it's good to see Jose get a three now, 19 consecutive.
Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Follow the Yellow
Georgia State's led for 16.5 to about 9 minutes.
Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech athletics.
I'll tell you, that guy's been
about the Jackets.
poison.
For only
That freaking guy's been poison, man.
888-877-4373.
We're pronouncing it right, though, because that's what Dave told us.
Yeah. Oh, no, N? He uses the N?
Or Sosame, I'm sorry.
Sosame, yeah.
Kevin said Sosame.
Did we miss a read? Were we supposed to do this halftime?
I'll mention it coming out of the break.
Okay.
You kind of alluded to it.
15 to bump.
Kickoff is set for 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 5. Right here on your home for the Yellow Jackets.
Stand by.
Mike's up.
Our second half adjustments, as always, are brought to you by The Joint. Life moves until back, neck, or shoulder pain bring us to a stop. That's why there's The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. To receive our $29 new patient special, visit thejoint.com today. 7-point halftime deficit had swelled to 11. It's back down to 6. Georgia State 55, Tech 49. Jackets have made 7 of their last 9. Good to see Jose Alvarado open his scoring account from 3. He had missed his first 3 from long range. Jose last year was 33.6% and now has made a 3-pointer in his last 19 games. Jose is always going to be the emotional bellwether of this team, and so as Jose, I think, goes in this second half, he has the ability to emotionally lift the rest of his teammates.
So many times, I should say, he gets it going on the defensive end. And that transition shot by him is one of the relatively few opportunities during this game that the Jackets have had transition, but they capitalize. And Jose's going to put on some backcourt pressure of his own right here.
And that 3-pointer snapped a streak of 12 consecutive misses from deep for Georgia Tech. They're 4 of 17 tonight, 23.5%. And Alvarado chaperones the point guard across the timeline for Georgia State. Into their dribble weave, Moore turns the corner, down the lane, leaves his feet, flings it up, no, and the rebound tugged down by Wright. 55-49 Panthers. Here's Parham, a crossover down the right side, dribbles and pitches to Moore in the corner. His 3 is straight but strong. Rebound fought forward, slapped over the baseline by Wright. He could not catch it clean in traffic. It was a clean look from Khalid Moore, and he's worked really hard in the offseason, Randy, and that corner tripled. He could not find the touch. Georgia Tech could not find more points in this comeback. It's Georgia State ball. As we approach 13 minutes to play in this season opener. Off the flare screen, Allen catches left of the circle on Parham. Rotated around to Roberts. Guarded by DeVoe on the right wing. Allen jams behind the screen, drops it down to the screen and roll to Sosame. Left his feet, lost the ball, getting back up, and that's a goaltend on Moses. I thought there was a travel on Sosame.
Well, it was close, but they didn't call that, and that was a great pick and roll. Yep. As Sosame dived to the basket.
And he's got 18 points to lead all scorers, the Cincinnati transfer. 57-49 Panthers. Alvarado bangs the planks inside the jump circle. Man-to-man once again for Georgia State. Alvarado dancing inside the foul line, bounces low, right, gathers, flips it over his shoulder, it rolls off the front of the iron, no. Rebound Panthers. Here they come from left to right. Williams puts it on the deck in front of DeVoe. Dips behind the screen. Down the right of the lane. He lost it on his hip out of bounds. A turnover. Both teams, we will say this, Randy, have cut down on their turnovers in this second half. After Tech had 11, Georgia State had 10 in the first half. That's only the 4th turnover of the half against Georgia State. Tech has only committed one turnover.
Yeah, much better in this half. Got to find the bottom of the hole, though.
Parham off the dribble handoff, top of the key. Slingshots it to DeVoe. Down the left baseline. Draws the second defender. Pinned in deep. Floats it out to Alvarado. Right corner. 3. Bottoms. Jose starting to find his touch from outside. It's 57-52 Georgia State with 11:50 to go. And Alvarado in double figures with 10. Roberts with a belt-high dribble inside the jump circle. Off the curl. Sets up Williams high right. Alvarado bellies him up. Tries to get some separation on him. Dribbles down the left side of the lane and a foul call on Alvarado as Williams slid to the floor.
First time Tech's been as close as 5 since 31-26, Andy.
Well, it's a good start. It'll have to continue, though, as we've hit timeout with 11:34 to play in the second half. Your score, Georgia State 57, Georgia Tech 52. Randy and I back in a moment on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
These days, I'm spending a lot
You're
more
clear.
time at home, which means I need ways to easily control my comfort. Here's an insider tip. If you're a Georgia Power residential customer, you may be eligible for up to a $75 instant rebate on a smart thermostat. Here's how. Georgia Power's online marketplace features thermostats from brands like Google Nest, Honeywell, and Ecobee, as well as a variety of LEDs and smart home products like smart speakers, Wi-Fi routers, indoor cameras, and more. Just visit the site and start shopping. Shop now at Georgia
Power. And you would have said if Georgia State is 3 for 13 from 43, you're winning the dang game.
Yeah.
Part of Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway Company.
But, well, unfortunately, we're not getting much of our 5 men. I mean, Moses is playing the 5 now. But
yeah.
Destination services,
It's been
across the U.S. Operations in the UK.
It hasn't been primary school for the new bigs. It's been kindergarten.
Yeah,
you know.
Services and company-wide commitment to making a house a home, an office a great place to work, and an event a memorable celebration. For more info, visit court.com.
If ACC football runs deep in your veins, then SiriusXM ACC Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team preview, live games, news and analysis from experts like Chris Spatola and Tori Holt, coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside ACC football and do it for free.
Tendall bump.
Listen on your phone, online, and at home with a free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM.
All right, stand by. I'm going to get up real quick after I get you guys back on. And mics are up.
Georgia Tech trying to grind away here against Georgia State, who used a 19-0 run in the first half to pull ahead and stay ahead. The deficit, though, is at 5, 57-52 with 11:34 to play. 3 Jackets in double figures. DeVoe and Wright pace Tech with 12 apiece. Jose Alvarado, 10 points. And a team best 6 rebounds for DeVoe and Moses Wright. This is where you kind of lean on your veterans and that poise and composure and knowing how to make the winning plays and play with good communication on defense. This is why Josh Pastner wanted a team that got old and has stayed old so that they can convert this deficit into a comeback, and we'll see how it plays out, Randy, over these next 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, those veterans were the last regular season game they played was at Clemson when it looked for all the world like there was no way they could win that thing up in Tiger Town, and they found a way. They got to find a way here at home in this bizarre year that we are in right now.
Georgia State possession out of the timeout, baseline inbound. It's bounced under the basket to Sosame, gathers, muscles it up, and scores on Wright, and a foul. Sosame has been a monster tonight. That gives him 20. Moses is first, team's 5th. Sosame didn't play last year. He sat out during his transfer year. As he front rims the free throw, Bubba races in, grabs the rebound. Spins up floor quickly, all the way through on Sosame, who spikes it off the glass, but right out to DeVoe, who pops a 3 right wing. That doesn't fall. Moses gathers in the rebound. Triple teamed, dribbles out of harm's way, and gets it through to Alvarado on the left wing. Bubba tees up a 3 out front, and that's a brick. 59-52, and now running the floor is Thomas under the basket, stripped by Alvarado out of bounds.
Jose saved a 9-point deficit there. It's still 7. I mean, there's still a lot of time, but you got to execute better on the offensive end.
Georgia Tech 38% shooting for the game. Florida State still above 50% at 52.1. Off the inbound, Roberts traces the arc on the left. Goes to the open side of the screen towards the baseline. Beneath the basket is reverse, doesn't fall. Rebound DeVoe, centers the run out. Ahead to Parm, shovels back to Michael. He passes on the 3, skips to Jose. He fires away from 3, spins. No, but Moses Wright flies in and hammers it down on the putback dunk. Back down to a 5-point deficit, 59-54 with 10:42 to play. Roberts taps his head, calls out the play deep on the left sideline to a curling Allen out front. Bubba tries to stab a hand in there, pry it free. Still with it, dribbling above the foul line. Allen retreats, resets. On the move to the right. Drops it off to Williams. Williams curls inside the lane with a jump stop. Double clutches it, no, but another foul called again on Wright. Oh, I beg your pardon, that's on Moore. His second, team 6th. Georgia State 6 of 12 at the free throw line tonight. 2 free throws for Kane Williams. Rims the first one off. Williams from South Paulding High was the first D1 signee in that school's history. Of course, South Paulding hadn't opened up many years ago.
Right.
He's a good one, though. 14.8 points, which led Georgia State last year, and was 3rd in the Sun Belt in assists per game. The left-hander arches it up, in and out. And parachuting in for the rebound. DeVoe for the Jackets. It's still a 5-point game. Running the floor. Oh, the pass too tall for Howard, and it's a turnover. You know, you have an 0 of 2 free throw trip. You grab the defensive rebound. There is no need to try to make a high-leverage pass like that. Turnover that Georgia Tech would rather have not committed. Oh, and now Georgia State almost commits a turnover. They do. Alvarado easy pickings, open floor, scoops and scores. It was an angle pass by Georgia State, but Jalen Thomas, the intended target of that pass, never had his head turned, and then in desperation tried to save it, but right to Jose. It's 59-56 off a screen out top. Here's Roberts. 9:53 to play. Dancing, faking the pull-up. Throws right, nearly away from Kane Williams. He regathers on Alvarado. Trying to shrug off the senior, splits a pair of defenders, double clutches it, got blocked by Howard. Up court pass to Alvarado. Alvarado drives in, lays it up with the left, no good. Rebound pried loose by Jose. To a trailing Bubba. 3 to tie. Bottoms! Oh, and Jose nearly picked off the inbounds passes. It's 59-all with 9:52 to play. And Georgia Tech has made up an 11-point second-half deficit. And this McCamish Pavilion crowd, scattered though it is on its feet and trying to drum up some noise. Here's Johnson, a rocker step down the baseline, wrap around pass to Thomas, who lays it in. 61-59, Georgia State as they regain the lead. They've done a good job collapsing the defense and forcing that big man to step out from underneath the basket. Alvarado scans the defense from between the rings, with Roberts crouching in front of him. Jose takes the step back. Muscles his way down the right side. Sosame on him. Bounces away to Usher. Shot clock at 6. Pulls up for a 3. It was an air ball. And gliding in is Williams. Make that Johnson for the rebound. And he gets bumped on the right wing by Usher. He was trying to anticipate where he would move and step in front for the charge. That is the 7th team foul against Tech. Usher is 4th here with 8:30 to play, and it's a 1-and-1 for the freshman Evan Johnson. And Usher is going to stay in for the moment as Josh Pastore calls a 30-second timeout with 8:30 to go. So Georgia Tech on the three-pointer by Bubba Parham, tied it at 59 right now, 61-59 Georgia State. 8:30 to play for McCamish as Georgia Tech looks to continue its charge in the season opener. Randy and I back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Today's horoscope.
You're clear.
By Geico.
People will take note of your sunny disposition, Sagittarius. That's because you just switched to Geico and discovered you could save hundreds of dollars.
I mean, this team defensively without JB
However,
is just
your newfound inner
nothing
glow
like
may
last year.
prompt unfounded rumors. Did you get a promotion? Or you want a juice cleanse? Did they give you too much
You knew
anesthesia?
we were spoiled with Lammers and
Your secret is safe with us, Sagittarius.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
But, you know,
live coverage of Jackets basketball
Tech is
continues
+7
after
in
this
points
local
off
timeout
turnover.
on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG
yeah,
College.
what points in the paint, good Lord, 42-26.
This holiday season, hurry into the Road Home sales event and conquer any terrain on your trip back with the remarkably versatile BMW X3, the spacious BMW X5, or the iconic 3 Series. This year, don't just take the road home, truly experience it in the ultimate driving machine. Hurry into the BMW Road Home sales event for exceptional offers today.
Last spot.
Buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets.
All right, stand by for the bomb.
NCUA, Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Mike's up.
Scan Energy is a proud partner of Georgia Tech Athletics. For every three-point shot the Jackets make, Scan Energy will make a $500 donation to the Alexander Tharp Fund. Go Jackets. Bubba Parham's 3 and brought Georgia Tech to level terms with Georgia State after trailing by 11 earlier in the second half. Right now a 2-point deficit for Tech, 61-59 with 8:30 to play. Josh Pastore rounded up his troops down below us. He is opted for the face shield instead of the mask. It looks like Josh Pastner DDS. He'll be performing some orthodontia here in the concourse of McCamish after the game.
Oh, my.
You know, I think he's less thrown off by that than not having to wear a coat and tie, because the ACC coaches in the offseason all agreed that they would coach in polo shirts and slacks, taking their cues from the NBA coaching staffs during the bubble this summer.
Right.
I think that's maybe making him more uncomfortable.
There's some, probably throughout college basketball, some tailors who are not pleased that their work is not being displayed by big-name coaches.
Meanwhile, Evan Johnson rims in the first free throw. Getting some burn off the bench for Rob Lanier. Among his assistant coaches, by the way, Cliff Warren.
Oh, we forgot to mention that. Oh, yeah, on Paul Hewitt's staff and for the Final Four team.
Sure was. Second free throw splashes in for Johnson, 63-59 Panthers. DeVoe rocks a dribble, sideline right in front of the Tech bench. As Georgia Tech strings passes around the arc. Right, backs his man down the right of the lane. Drop step, hook shot, rolls off the rim, but a foul called as Sosame gave him a nudge as he elevated. A grimaced look on the face of Eliel Sosame, but it sends Moses to the line. It is his third foul, team sixth.
Boy, if Jackets could get that guy in foul trouble quickly, that would be a big negative for Georgia State. Moses missed the first one.
And they're going to give Sosame a breather. Thomas comes in, and Eliel Sosame, 20 points, 6 rebounds. 4-point Georgia Tech deficit. Second free throw on the way, and that's off the front rim. Boy, Moses has had a hard time calibrating those free throws. Short and long. He's 3 of 8. And it remains a 4-point Tech deficit. In the man-to-man. Johnson guarded by Alvarado, 35 feet away on the left. Dribbles to the right wing. Drops it off in the corner. Roberts, behind the back dribble, lost it, has to leap and save it, but to Alvarado instead. Alvarado, up-court pass to Usher. Usher lays it in. Taking advantage of the turnover. It's a 2-point game. A spot-up 3 in transition by Roberts, and it's good. You cannot breathe, and Alvarado is behind the play, hobbling a bit. I don't know if it's cramps or took a Charlie horse or what, but he is walking somewhat gingerly over to athletic trainer Richard Stewart here with 7:33 to play. And Georgia Tech again down 5, 66-61. Moore comes in for him. And that prompts a Georgia State sub as Williams comes in for Roberts.
Jose's headed for the tunnel.
Hopefully not a long visit. They'll have to pay in that tunnel. Alvarado with 12 points, 4 assists, 4 steals. 7:25, the clock winds in the second half for McCamish. Tech down by 5. DeVoe probing, long range on the right. Twitches behind the screen from Moses right. A look away pass to Usher, right corner. Entry pass is batted away, trying to find right, posting on the block. Stays with Georgia Tech and 8 to shoot.
Michael's 2 for 7 in this half. They have kind of clamped down on him.
He started off smoking hot in this game. Helped Georgia Tech out to that 13-5 lead as Usher bounces the inbound off the back of Thomas and feathers it in. Oh, the old playground trick. 66-63 with 7:05 to play. Johnson on the curl, into the lane, pass in the middle of the lane, knocked away by Moore, but is tracked out outside the arc by the Panthers. Williams drives and dishes. A 3 in the right corner. Spins no good. Rebound right.
Got a break. Wide open.
Yep. Johnson pulled the trigger. He has shown no hesitation from 3 tonight in spite of his collegiate debut. Pocket pass. Usher. Make that right. Power dribble. Ropes it across to DeVoe. He takes it in deep. He's rejected. Gathers it back. Wrap around Moses. Misses the dunk, but he was fouled. Bit of a late whistle, but Corey Allen, they say, caught a little bit of the forearm of Moses. That's his second, and might not be the worst proposition for Georgia State because of Moses' shakiness at the free throw line tonight where he's 3 of 8. Team foul number 7, so Georgia Tech and Georgia State both in the bonus. 66-63 Panthers, 6:28 to play. Free throw number 1 by Moses. Spins around and off. He was 62% at the line last year, but just trying to collect and compose himself and wring out the rotator cuffs, trying to get his composure behind the free throw line. Alvarado comes in for Usher, and now Alvarado trying to, did you see him? He literally lifted the chin of Moses as he walked back to the free throw line saying, keep your chin up. Second free throw, good.
He's now 4 for 10 at the line.
Tech chipping away here. 66-64 with 6:23 to play. Still a lot of time left. Slashing, floating, jumper, good. Inside the paint. Kane Williams on Alvarado. Here's Parham straight on. Puts it on the deck. A crossover. Shaking around his man. In traffic. Kicks out to Moore, left corner. A high-low with right. Sledgehammers away. Hook shot. Back rim, no. Rebound tapped up. Alvarado has it. Creating space inside. He had it stuffed. Rebound loose. Pried away. Alvarado on the floor saves it to Moore. Down the baseline he comes. Whistle blocking foul. Hustle by Alvarado sliding to the floor and jerking that ball away to preserve possession for Georgia Tech. And now Khalid Moore goes to the free throw line.
Straight from the tunnel and a visit with the trainer to creating a turnover.
Oh, those lineaments have some magic in them, do they not? So here's Khalid Moore at the free throw line. He's 3 of 4 tonight. Tech as a team, though, 57%, 12 of 21. Leads first. Spins off.
My heavens.
Now, giving up offensive rebounds and empty free throw trips. If Georgia Tech can't make up a 4-point deficit, those will loom large in the narrative tonight. Still 5:50 to go. Tech down 68-64. Moore second. Knocks that in. One possession game. Georgia Tech had tied it at 59, but briefly. Alvarado arms wide, shuffling in front of the point guard Williams. Gets a soft screen, comes right. Down the lane on right. Off balance with the left hand. It's off glass and in. Kane Williams is a near 1,000-point scorer for his career. Makes it 70-65 Panthers.
He's a high-level player.
Skip pass to Moore. Under the basket. From the left block. Muscles it up. No. The tip in by Wright doesn't fall. Gathers it back. Put back again is good. Moses being active on the boards. He's got 17 points. That should give him his 8th double-double of his career. It does. 10 rebounds. And Alvarado whistled for a reach-in foul in the backcourt. And again, both teams are in the bonus with 5:13 to go. It's Jose's third, and it's a 1-and-1 the other way, I believe, for Williams. It is. A 78% free throw shooter a year ago. Williams 3 of 8 at the free throw line tonight. The left-hander, couple of pounds of the planks. It's up, front rim, rebound right.
Go figure.
Acrobatic tug by Moses Wright. Jackets down by 3 as we approach 5 minutes in the second half. A drive and pitch out to DeVoe, right wing, 3, bottoms! Off the feed from Parham, and we're tied again, 70 all. DeVoe with his 3rd knockdown from downtown tonight. Now can Georgia Tech get the stop on the other end? A high middle screen. Williams penetrates the left side, and he's fouled by Moore. He was jamming him on the hip. It should be a floor foul.
There have been times in the second half, especially in the last 5 minutes or so, when their offense has consisted of Mr. Williams. Take it.
Yeah. It's a 3rd on Moore, and Williams draws a lot of fouls. Like we said, he was 4th in school history and made free throws last year. A 1-and-1 here on Tech's 9th team foul. And it's off the back rim, doesn't get the roll. Rebound free over the baseline. Last touch by the Panthers. Randy, to put this free throw shooting in perspective for Kane Williams, that makes him 3 of 10. In a game against Arkansas Little Rock last year, he was 12 of 12.
Oh, my heavens.
78% last year. And Georgia Tech has a chance to get its first lead since 15-13.
Andy, I think Moses Wright's dragging, but you got to stick with the experience at the 5 spot here.
Takes it on the pick and roll. Power dribble. Splits a pair of defenders inside the lane and draws the foul.
Well, but you said it earlier. for Georgia State, you'd rather send him to the line than see him score.
Moses 17 and 12 tonight. And that new white uniform is slacked in sweat for the senior from Raleigh. But a chance to give Tech on this 2 free throw trip. Its first lead since the 11:30 mark of the first half. Heaves a sigh, sends it up. Got it. Substitution, Thomas back in, replacing Ryan Boyce. So Rob Lanier gets both of his starting bigs on in Thomas and Sosame.
That last lead was 15-13, by the way.
Yep. 6-0 Georgia Tech run over the last 41 seconds. Moses' second effort. Got it. Georgia Tech with 4 in double figures. Beg your pardon, 5 in double figures. They have the 72-70 lead. Off the down screen, Allen takes in the step out straight away. Runs Parham into his screen. Pulls up from 15 and swishes it. Corey Allen, very smooth pull-up for the senior from Ypsilanti, Michigan. Was second on the Panthers in scoring a year ago. Todd at 72, approaching 4 minutes to go in the second half. Wright holds high on the right wing. Puts it in the belly of the curling Parham. Back down to Moses. Moses goes up for the jam, and he was fouled. Great two-man game on the right side of the lane, and Moses soaring up, challenging Thomas at the summit. He draws the foul.
Well, at 4:02, frankly, I'll be honest with you, I would have rather seen that foul come with 3:59 just so Moses would have a little chance to catch his breath over there in the under 4, but let's see what he does at the line.
I think you and Moses are sharing a brain. To give Georgia Tech the lead back, it is good.
Well, maybe he didn't. Maybe time to think would not have been good.
Yeah. Moses, remember, had that 33-point game against Syracuse last year at the Dome. Most points in a road ACC game by a Jacket in 20 years. He sinks the second, and Georgia Tech makes it 74-72.
33 and 10. I think he had 10 boards in that game.
He did. Alvarado stalks the point guard. Roberts dribbles up the right sideline. Has a stagger set up for him out high. Comes to the left side now. Trying to unhinge Alvarado behind the screen. His floater in the lane. Back rim, no. Rebound grabbed by Parham. Inside position. Sosame had him in a headlock and a foul called. 5'11" Bubba Parham out leaping to 6'8" Sosame for that rebound. He'll shoot 2 free throws when we come back. Rebounding has to be a team effort, whether you are big or whether you are wee.
Sosame's probably thinking, why could I not swat that fly?
Oh, boy, 3:46 to go. It's been an exciting and eventful season opener at McCamish Pavilion. Georgia Tech on top of Georgia State 74-72. We're back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Did you hear the news?
You are clear.
Stock trades.
Outrage now growing over reports that at least
Andy, I was told do you need to do a daily buzz for tomorrow?
I do. I'm going to record it after the game because I want to make sure we get the this game.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I'm sorry. Tell Coulter if he's there. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, it was David Kahn who was asking about it.
Okay. Yeah.
So you'll just email it to him. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no, I'll let Coulter know.
Okay.
That it's him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm going to literally start writing it during postgame since I don't have to be down. Wait on Pastor.
Sure. And then we are in the window for an ID as well.
Okay, I'll do the ID.
Oh,
all right, so you sent the Zoom invitation.
Dan just wants it all, man. He wants IDs. He wants,
daily
buzzes. I told Moose it was coming, so he'll have it. The only problem is you'll be able to do the interview on your headset. You just won't be able to look. You won't be looking at him.
No worries. Moose just asked me to give him a reminder toward the end of the game, so that's why.
Yeah, I will. He'll get the invitation right there.
Understands how hard work and dedication pay off. Over the last 30 years, Ford Explorer has been America's.
I guess unless I advise them, you only get 40 minutes.
Escape and Edge are built for victory. Score a great offer today at your local Ford dealer. Based on total cumulative OEM reported U.S. sales for all SUVs from calendar year 1990 through calendar year 2019.
Stand by. Mike's up.
I like how they're playing swag surf in here at McCamish Pavilion. If you know the swag surf, not very easy to do when you're socially distanced. That's another conversation for another time. To the matters at hand, Georgia Tech leads Georgia State 74-72 with 3:46 to play. Tech has made up an 11-point second half deficit. And Bubba Parham shoots 2 free throws out of the timeout. Let's pause 10 seconds for station ID. This is Georgia Tech basketball.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike's up.
Bubba, one of 5 jackets in double figures, 21 from Moses Wright to lead the way. He's parked on the lane lines along with Khalid Moore. Bubba stubs his right toe into the nail, shoots it up, rattles in and out.
Nothing's going to be easy, is it?
No. Doesn't take long for the sport of basketball to remind you. And the second free throw rattles in and out again.
Heavens.
Halfway down and jumped out. Defensive rebound, Panthers. Bubba had been 3 of 3 at the free throw line tonight. Williams driving in, lays it up with the left. It spins off, rebound right. Shot that from a sharp angle down that left side of the lane. 74-72 Jackets, 3:28 to play. DeVoe scissors it between his legs. Spot the seam down the right side. Lost his balance. Turnover. Here comes Roberts. Weaves to the left wing. Shakes by Alvarado. Into the lane. Floats it over right and lays it in. Tied at 74. That was nothing more than Michael DeVoe losing his footing. 3:05 to play. Alvarado across the timeline to beat the 10 count. Pounds it up and down with the left hand inside the jump circle. He loads up a screen and now waves it away from Moses. Angles left. 2 hands it to Moore. Cuts to the foul line. Turns the corner and draws the foul. Did a good job to wriggle his way around the right hip of Ryan Boyce. It's a 4th foul on Boyce. Georgia Tech is in the double bonus, and now Moore shoots 2 free throws. 2:51 remaining, 74 all. I beg your pardon, that is the 5th on Boyce. And so the Memphis transfer, who originally committed to UAB, then signed with Memphis as a walk-on to play for his former high school coach, Penny Hardaway, and now is rerouted to Georgia State, is out of the game, and Sosame subs back in. Well, that's good news if you're a Panther fan, because Eliel Sosame has 20 points and 6 rebounds, but he also has 4 fouls.
Sosame, if you could not have him, I mean, from Georgia Tech's perspective, if Georgia State wouldn't have him down the stretch, that might be a huge situation.
Oh, yeah. So Khalid shoots 2. Tech 17 of 29 at the line tonight for 58%. The first free throw is off the back heel. 3 consecutive misses for the Jackets, and we remain deadlocked at 74.
I think Bubba missing twice is the shocker.
Yeah. Moore has 4 tonight, all at the free throw line, where he's 4 of 7. Second effort, a swish. 75-74. As we come down the home stretch here from McCamish. Georgia State is in the double bonus as well. Williams taps out the dribble just below the jump circle. Surveys the half court to our right. Feeds Allen behind the screen on the right wing. He's met on the catch by Parham. Shaking, juking, and feeding up top. Williams a pull-up 3. Almost banked it in. Rebound comes long to Alvarado. 3-on-3 the other way. Alvarado swerving by his man. Misses the runner, who is blocked by Sosame from behind. Now Georgia State tries to turn the floor. Still a 1-point Georgia Tech lead. Into the lane. Up and under. Spins no good. Rebound volleyed off the glass. Won by Moore. On the errant scoop shot by Roberts. 75-74 Jackets. 2:03 to play.
Boy, Sosame was almost the villain again.
DeVoe off balance, flips it up over his shoulder and in, down the left side, over Thomas. 77-74, Roberts left wing, stop and pop 3 to tie, he swishes it. 77 all, Georgia Tech just cannot stand prosperity tonight. 1:41 to play, and both teams are spent. Alvarado taps his head, calls out the play, lobs to right at the top of the key. Slowly squares up on Sosame, guards him at an arm's length. Hands off to Moore. Trying to unhinge himself from Thomas. Into the lane, almost lost the dribble. Unloads it to Alvarado with the shot clock at 7. Spins down the right side all the way through. Double clutches it too heavy. Rebound loose. Alvarado pulls it away, but the shot clock does not reload because Alvarado's layup attempt did not draw rim. And with 1:15 to go, it's a shot clock violation and ball to Georgia State. And are they going to review this, or do they award Georgia State the timeout?
Timeout.
Timeout, Georgia State. Well, Georgia Tech had some opportunities, Randy, here to stretch this lead out at the free throw line, and after they took the 77-74 lead, Justin Roberts off that quick inbound drills the three in transition, a 40% three-point shooter, and a junior who's used to the battles. And now Georgia State has possession again with a chance to regain the lead.
Well, that's this game, Andy. Either team, you could say, is absolutely loaded with experienced guys who know how to win and know how to play down the stretch. And it shows. Nobody's been able to pull away after Georgia Tech got themselves back in this thing with the second half surge. Nobody's been able to lock it down.
Now the possession arrow favors Georgia State. Both teams are in the double bonus. Moore and Usher each have 4 fouls. Only Moore is on the floor. Moore, Wright, Parham, DeVoe, and Alvarado for the Jackets. Georgia Tech shows three-quarters court pressure and now sags off. Williams jogged it out of backcourt. Tries to get downhill, and Alvarado penetrates the left side. Alvarado stripped him. It ricochets out of bounds to Georgia State. Quick hands by the Brooklyn Burglar. 1:05 to play.
20 on the shot clock. Plenty of time for the Panthers to run whatever they think will get it done for them.
They spread out the left side of the floor. Off the curl, Williams catches left baseline. Splits the defense, got stripped on the way up. Scrap loose, who's got it? Georgia State had the ball, but they say simultaneous possession, and DeVoe was on the baseline, so therefore it's Georgia State ball. 59.7 seconds to go, 14 on the 30 for the Panthers. Georgia Tech knew it would get a challenge from this veteran Georgia State team. They've certainly received one in this season opener. Georgia State has won 7 straight regular season openers. Roberts triggers left of the rim. Hits Allen. Instead lobs out left to Sosame. Allen curling inside the lane on Parham. Can't shake loose of him. Drops it off instead to Roberts. Shot clock at 6. Out high. Moves left. DeVoe guarding. Pulls up for a contested 3. An air ball. Rebound Nosame. And he has his reverse rejected by Wright. Wouldn't have gotten it to the rim in time anyway. Shot clock violation. Ball back to Tech with 45.1 seconds left, and we're still tied at 77. Now it's Josh Pastner's turn to use his 30-second timeout. So, Rando, first time I get to tee up, what do you dial up if you're Josh Pastner?
Well, you're going to start with Jose and DeVoe. As far as your options, there's no question about that. They'll try to get it to Moses, I think, on the block, but what you have to be careful about, Sosame has proven himself to be a really good shot blocker, and I would think it's going to be set up for one of those guards to take the shot, unless the guards can draw the defense to them to the point where Moses is wide open.
Now Moses has a team-leading 21. DeVoe has 17. Alvarado 12 and 4 assists. 15-second differential, shot clock to game clock. As Georgia Tech looks to claw its way back from an 11-point deficit in the second half to the Panthers. Last year's season opener went to overtime. Just saying.
That wasn't a 9 o'clock game, was it?
Felt like it.
Yeah, you're right about that.
We were working late regardless. Alvarado strolls across the timeline right to left. Bounces on the left wing to DeVoe. A rip through. Tries to go along the baseline. Jumps it out to Parham. To Alvarado straight on. Shovel pass in the high post to right. Inches in. On Sosame. Tries for the up and under. He flips with the right hand. No good. Back tapped out long. And it comes on the run to Roberts. And it's stripped by Alvarado midcourt. 15 seconds to go. Georgia Tech possession. And they can hold for the final shot. Crowd on its feet. 9 seconds to go. DeVoe left of the circle. He clears out. A shake. Behind the back dribble. Into the lane. Teardrop back rim. No. Rebound Georgia State. They fling it up from beyond half court. It's long. And we go to overtime at McCamish. 77 all as Michael DeVoe tiptoeing down the middle of the paint, trying for an awkward floater. It was straight but strong. Georgia Tech with 2 possessions to get the go-ahead basket, They come up empty. But on that second back tap, Randy, that could have been a fast break the other way for Georgia State. But Jose, with the quick hands, knifed it out of Roberts' hands to give Georgia Tech the last possession.
Yeah, I think that, frankly, that defensive play you just described kind of saved Georgia Tech's bacon, because that looked like, for a moment, like Georgia State had the numbers.
Instead, Jose with his 5th steal. 77 all. And we go to overtime in this 20th all-time meeting between the Jackets and Panthers.
Andy, the last time before this game that you and I were doing a broadcast of Georgia Tech basketball, the guy who took that shot there for Georgia Tech moments ago, Michael DeVoe, hit a runner with 15 seconds to go to give the Jackets a 2-point lead over Clemson. James Banks added 1 to 2 free throws for the 65-62 win. But that one didn't go to overtime.
Nope. Went down to the wire. Or Georgia Tech is, I'm sure to the delight of cardiologists, played more than their fair share of games last year. And they start off his 2020-21 season in overtime against Georgia State. Tech was down by 7 at halftime. They rallied back from a deficit that had ballooned to 11. Had a 3-point lead at 77-74 before Georgia State got the tying 3 in rhythm from Justin Roberts. And both teams come up empty over the last minute 15.
In a way, this overtime is going to be a battle of wills. There's some tired basketball players down there. They did not have the usual physical presence or physical situations in practices leading up to this game. So there's some tired players down there. Who wants it?
Now the tap controlled easily by Wright. He slaps it behind him to DeVoe. Underway in the overtime. Georgia Tech still shoots to our left. Todd at 77. DeVoe initiates the offense, gives it on the dribble handoff to Parham out top. A chest pass right for DeVoe. Plugs it on the block to Moses. Back out to DeVoe for a spot up 3. Off the rim, no. Rebound, tomahawk free by Wright. He slaps it away to Alvarado. Alvarado's teardrop is off the glass and in. Full extension by Moses. Out jousting a pair of Panthers on that backside. 79-77. Side pick and roll for Williams. He U-turns out of traffic, guarded by Moore, who crouches in front of him. Swings out high. Robert to pull up 3. Swishes it. Quick trigger by the junior from Indianapolis. And Georgia State takes the 80-79 lead. That gives Roberts 15. Alvarado organizes the half court for the Jackets with Roberts in a deep crouch in front of him. He drifts off right. Slides behind the Moses right screen. Into traffic down the right side. He flips it off the window. No, but Parham sails in and tips it in.
How about Bubba on the boards here late in the second half and in the OT now?
Hey, he's 5'11", but he's got ups. 81-80 Tech, 3:42 in the overtime. Roberts peels away out top, skips cross court to Williams. Back to Johnson for a spot up 3 left corner, and he's fouled by DeVoe.
Oh, that hurts.
Was it 2 or was it 3? Was a foot on the line?
2. Miller Pope says he thinks he saw a signal for 2.
Okay. So Evan Johnson, freshman from Durham, North Carolina, at the free throw line. That was a gutsy three-pointer. Free throw number 1. Front rim, back rim, and off. Spills over the lip of the rim. Still 81-80 Tech as JoJo Toppin subs in, replacing Sosame, who is skirting 4 fouls. This is the first time we've seen JoJo Toppin, the Georgia transfer, since the first half. It was a 2-point field goal attempt, so the second free throw by Johnson is good, and we're tied at 81. 3:32 to go in the overtime. Georgia Tech 39% shooting, Georgia State 51%. Parham jams around the screen out high. A step back 3 by Bubba. Bottoms!
Bubba ball.
Oh, the hop back on Allen. And Bubba now has 15 points. A new career high at Tech. 84-81 Georgia Tech with 3:06 to go. Williams clutches between the rings. Wraps around the screen. Down the lane. High scoop with the left is off the backboard. No good. Rebound Moore.
Well defended by Moses.
Very well defended. Kept the feet moving the entire time and almost eclipsed that scoop shot. 2:51 to go. 83-81 Jackets. Alvarado hunched over the dribble between the circles. processes the pick and roll. He leaves it for Parham, deep right. Parham with a shot clock at 10, over to Alvarado, spot up three, no good from the right wing, and the rebound grabbed by Allen for the Panthers. He speeds across the timeline, tries to hit Parham with a hezzy, circles out top, turns the corner, can't clear the shot though, lobs out on the wing to Williams, catches in traffic, angles in, floats it up, whistle, and a foul call.
Jose.
Alvarado was trying to be the burglar there. It's an awkward shot by Williams, but he shoots 2 free throws at 2:25 to play. It is Alvarado's third. So Williams, who's 3 of 10 at the free throw line tonight, but 78% a year ago. Shooting 2 free throws to our right with Tech on top, 83-81. And the first is good. Rob Lanier is substituting far more liberally here, offense for defense and vice versa. Josh Pastner has not even beckoned anybody to the scorer's table yet. Sosame back in, Thomas as well. Second by Williams. Swish. 83 all. 2:24 to play. Both teams are gassed. Josh Pastner senses it. He beckons DeVoe over and calls timeout. Uses his 30 of the overtime. With 2:19 to go. Knotted at 83. It shows you what a good team Georgia State is, Randy. That when Tech took the lead 77-74, they did not allow Georgia Tech to stretch it out.
That's right.
And dating back to the days of Ron Hunter falling off his chair in the NCAA tournament, this is a Panthers team that is very accustomed to measuring itself against high-level competition and acquitting themselves well. They have here tonight. They've shot 50.8% to Tech's 39%. Yet here we are tied at 83 and 2:19 to go in the overtime.
Well, to your point, when Tech was up 77-74, then Roberts hit a 3, then Tech had a shot clock violation, and coming down the stretch, it was anybody's game. But both teams played very stout defense, and we went to the OT, and we're still even up.
Georgia Tech has done a much better job on the boards. Now they're +5 on the Panthers when they were lagging in that category for most of the night. 21 from Roses Wright, 17 from DeVoe, 14 apiece from Parham and Alvarado. And Khalid Moore was whistled for that last foul, which sent Williams to the foul line, not Alvarado. And that's important because that was Khalid Moore's 5th. And so does Georgia Tech go with Jordan Usher? Do they go back to one of their bigs?
No, I think they go with Usher.
Yeah, I think you got to. They've been just fine playing Moses Wright at the 5.
Right.
And they need now Jordan Usher's athleticism and his leaping ability around the rim to be that irritant and that presence. Meanwhile, Georgia State with 4 in double figures, 20 from Sosame, 16 from Williams, 15 from Roberts, 11 from Allen. It's been a good one and then some, perhaps more than we might have bargained for. But Georgia Tech knew when it scheduled this series, and originally this year's game was set for December 16th, that they were going to challenge themselves right out of the chute with the Panthers, and that has proven to be the case.
Well, I mean, Coach Pastner was honest. He wouldn't have scheduled an opener like this. But considering the situation where traveling needs to be minimized and budgets and so on, as he said, it was the right thing to do.
Well, so now Moore is out there. So I guess they did assign that foul to somebody else. Yeah, they did. They just flipped Moore back to 4 fouls. I beg your pardon. So Moore is still out there. And that was the 3rd foul on Alvarado, so I beg your pardon.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you know what? It made sense because they would have disqualified Moore before the free throw trips. It's our first game, too. Alvarado accepts the inbound half-court right. In the stare down with his defender, stops above the foul line and gives it up to Parham. Around the DeVoe, top side, puts it on the deck, takes it to the rack, almost lost it, regathers along the baseline, jumps it out to Parham with his shot clock at 8. A jab step on the wing, shot clock at 5.
Got to put
Hits
it up.
Moore above the foul line, drives through with 1, lays it up, no good. Moore swoops in, make that right for the rebound. Had it knocked out of his hands, but it stays with Georgia Tech.
What a break, what a break.
See if they review this
Georgia
here.
State's
1:52
asking,
to play.
Georgia State's hoping there's a review there.
Now they're going to, they're going to review it, I think. They're going to reload the shot clock to 20. This is a reviewable play here at the 152 mark.
So the masks go on, the zebras, and as they go to the monitor.
83 all.
Not sure why you need the mask with the plexiglass in between, but there's a lot of things I'm not sure about nowadays.
I'm disappointed that the referees' masks also aren't striped. That would have been a lovely touch. Head official is Mike Roberts, Jerry Heater, and Kellen Mullinen. The other officials in this crew as we take another look on the video board here. Moses was parachuting in, and, he had that ball knocked out of his grasp on the way down from Sosame.
Okay, here's a better angle.
And the question was, did it take one last glance off of Moore, or rather off of Wright?
I think that's going to be Georgia State ball. I could
so?
be wrong. I could be wrong.
Seems kind of hard to overturn. 83 all, 152 to play. Might have caught the knee of Moses Wright.
Yeah.
See if there's enough to overturn the call on the floor, which is Georgia Tech possession. And it will stay Tech ball.
Huh? Okay. Glad I'm wrong. That's going to happen a lot this season, Andy.
Yeah, well, now, come on now. It might not happen that much. We don't know how many games we're going to actually play.
Oh, don't remind me.
More triggers, baseline right. Watches the cutters. Still looking. Finally gets it away to Parham. 4.99 seconds on that inbounds.
Whew.
Alvarado takes the touch out front. Shot clock at 12. At the right elbow, pitches right wing to Parham. Shot clock at 5. Here's DeVoe. Fakes the 3, now leans in, pulls the trigger, doesn't fall. Rebound popped out to the Panthers. 1:31 to play. We're knotted at 83. Williams, a belt-high dribble, surveys the half court. Alvarado defends him. Racks up a screen. He comes right. Takes it down the lane, stripped, recovers, lays it up. No. Rebound up for grabs and pulled down by Moore. And Moore hobbling. He landed awkwardly on his ankle. Alvarado on the dribble drive down the right of the lane, forces it up, no good, grabs his own miss, a power dribble, pitches out to right, over to Parham, back to Jose, right corner, whistle. And a 3-second violation on the Jackets with 1:02 to play. And now timeout, Georgia State still tied at 83, and Khalid Moore is
hurt.
really hobbling. I wonder if it's cramps or if he landed awkwardly on that ankle. 1:02 to go, tied at 82. 83, rather.
Yeah, hard to say from up here, and but I think it might be ankle.
Now, see Jordan Usher starting to limber up the legs. Would be the likely sub here for Khalid. Well, Georgia Tech had a couple of cracks there. But instead it'll be Georgia State possession. And Moore is going to be tended to by athletic trainer Richard Stewart in the tunnel. And Usher takes his place. Usher has 12 points, 5 rebounds tonight, one of 5 Jackets in double figures. 83 all in overtime number 1.
That's, in a way, that's kind of an even trade. I mean, Usher is not going to hurt you on the glass compared to Khalid, and neither one is a dead-eye shooter. So
he is guarding the 6'10" Jalen Thomas.
Ouch.
Roberts leans over the bounce between the circles. Milking the shot clock down to 13. Left side angle, Allen. Feeds the high post in Sosame. Bounces back to Roberts. Dribble drive. Scoop shot. No good. Ripped down by Wright.
Thomas was begging for the ball, Andy.
35 seconds to go. 10-second differential. Shot to game. Tied at 83. Farm exchanges with Alvarado, who circles out front. Josh Pastor calls his full timeout. 28.4 ticks to go. Tied at 83.
Pardon the grammar here. Ain't nobody sprinting to the huddles to the sidelines on either team.
Some are even walking down to the huddle with the socially distanced benches in McCamish Pavilion? Well, I think it's going to all emanate from a dribble drive off a screen, either by DeVoe or Alvarado, and see if they can wriggle their way in deep. Moses and Jordan have to have their hands up because they could be the recipients of some crafty passes if both DeVoe or Alvarado are able to turn the corner on that drive.
Well, Andy, I don't know. See if you agree with me. The last couple of shots by Michael, his shots looked a little flatter than normal. I don't know if that's fatigue. I don't know if it's the game situation. I mean, as we mentioned, Michael DeVoe's hit so many big shots in his first 2 seasons here. I don't think it's the game situation.
Well, these guys have wanted to play for a long time. They're getting their wish and then some. Alvarado 43 minutes, DeVoe 41, Moses 38.
They wanted to play, but I'm not sure they wanted to start on Wednesday and end the game Thursday, which we're going to be a ways from that, though, I hope.
Now we might only be 28.4 seconds away from the conclusion. Let's hope it's on the right side. DeVoe with the inbounds in front of the Georgia Tech bench along the sideline.
Well, see, if you're Georgia State, how much pressure do you give defensively out of the gate here with this inbound?
I think you kind of sag on the guards.
Yeah, I would imagine. But, boy, they're defending right out there.
DeVoe tosses in backcourt. It's run down by Alvarado. Shot clock ticks at 16. Alvarado gathers himself on the dribble. Roberts crouches in front of him. Alvarado comes left. Stops. Gives to DeVoe. In from the left corner, and the offensive foul as he plowed over Williams. 17.8 seconds to go, and now Georgia State can hold for the final possession.
They call timeout.
And now Georgia State uses its timeout. Well, just tried to clear a path on the dribble, and none was there. Now Georgia Tech has to buckle down defensively. How do you think this half-court trip will go for the Panthers? And remember, Georgia Tech does not have a timeout left.
Well, I mean, they've got so many threats. Roberts, Allen, Williams, perimeter. Thomas has proven himself to be valuable in the low post. But, again, just like Georgia Tech, when you're thinking Alvarado or DeVoe, I think you got to look at those 3 guys I mentioned for Georgia State as the one that they would hope can pull the trigger on what they hope is a game winner.
Well, Williams and Roberts, between them, you have 2 preseason All-Sun Belt guards. And so they are very crafty and clever off those screens, and very good from 3 as well.
Well, they're 11 out of 31 combined tonight. Those 2 guys you just mentioned, Roberts and Williams.
Roberts has made some big buckets.
Yes,
he has. Needed.
He has. Well, and Allen, I mean, you know, so I think those 3 are the threats to beat you, I think, barring something that shakes Thomas free low post for an easy one.
That was Georgia State's last time out. The arrow favors the Panthers. 17.8 seconds to go in overtime number 1. Jackets and Panthers tied at 83. Williams takes the inbound.
He's in no hurry at the moment.
Nope, 12 seconds. 10. Just now breaches the timeline. 1 high, 4 flat. Alvarado pesters him. Comes left behind his screen. Drives the left side, stripped by Alvarado. Flips it up, no. Rebound loose. And it is unable to be rescued by Georgia State at the top before time expires. And we head to a second overtime. Tied at 83.
Again, it was the quick hands of Jose Alvarado that jammed up that possession by Georgia State.
Yeah, he handcuffed Williams, who was able to get it on the rim, but certainly not with the finesse that he had anticipated or wanted. And Alvarado now hunched over beneath the back stanchion, trying to compose himself and draw every ounce of energy he can for the next 5 minutes. About to go to a second overtime of McCamish Tech and Georgia State tied at 83. Let's take a bonus network timeout here on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
To celebrate
You're clear.
Surprisingly great race.
Well, all right. Well,
Game Day Jam, surprisingly great lyrics.
Yeah, we might not finish till Thanksgiving.
Battle of attrition right here.
I'm telling you.
Right, yeah. Start the bird up. Whew. Yeah, appreciate it. Yep.
Lordy. We can dump out at any point.
No, we're fine.
We're fine. Okay.
Like assigned couch seating. Tastes like coffee table dining.
Somebody hit the floor
to cool down the heat.
It tipped over, but
it tastes like the game you've waited for all week with friends you've known your whole life.
All right, 10 till the bump.
Tastes like watching football is supposed to. And it never tasted this good.
All right, we're ready.
Okay.
If you got a bump, that's fine.
That's fine. Okay, stand by. Mics are up.
Set to start the second overtime of McCamish Tech and Georgia State tied at 83. Sosame right, arms crooked inside the jump circle. And the tap ricochets to Alvarado, leaps and catches. Slashes into the lane. Left-handed layup is up and good around 3 defenders.
He was really hurting and limping until the light went on.
Yeah, of course. 85-83 Tech, hoping to make a lead stick here in overtime number 2. Williams cradles between the circles. Off to Roberts. Pick and roll pass into a cutting. Sosame banks it up and in.
They have run that very well tonight.
Sosame flicking that up with the offhand is left. 85 all. 4:27 to go second overtime. Alvarado hollers out the play against sagging man-to-man. DeVoe pops the 3. Left wing. Long. And the rebound surrounded by the Panthers. DeVoe's tank is teetering on E.
Yeah.
Roberts
absolutely.
pulls up for a 3 right wing. Rim's no good, but DeVoe elevates for the rebound. He took a hit in midair.
Was that Sosame? Who was it?
If it is on Sosame, it's his 5th. It is on Sosame.
Okay.
I see Jerry Heater point number 1, and that is his 5th. So Sosame is DQ'd from this game with a team-high 22 points and 7 rebounds. And that brings back JoJo Toppin, who's been used sparingly after halftime. Both teams in the double bonus, and so Michael DeVoe, summoning the strength to leap for that rebound, shoots 2 free throws, tied at 85, and 4:10 to go. These will be DeVoe's first free throws of the game, 75% a year ago. Free throw short. He does not have the legs on it. Tech 18 of 32 at the stripe tonight. Now the second. Knocks it down. Put a little more oomph into it and got the result. 86-85 Tech. Georgia State into his dribble weave. Here's Roberts, standing dribble, 35 feet away. Angle pass intercepted Alvarado, streaking down floor. His layup was blocked off the glass by Roberts. Numbers the other way for the Panthers, coast to coast. Williams driving through, layup no. Tip in doesn't fall. Rebound Thomas for the Panthers. Kicks out, double clutch, no good by Williams, but he was fouled by Wright.
That's a great defensive play by Roberts.
Yeah. He came soaring in on that chase down block. There was not much else Jose could have done.
No.
Foul was on Moses Wright, his second. And 2 free throws now for Williams. With the Jackets up 86-85, 3:47 to go.
Well, only thing, it's easy for me to say, you have seen some guys in that situation stop and get hammered and get at least 2 free throws and maybe also get the shot off.
And Williams, his first free throw slides off, no good. 5 of 13 at the free throw line tonight. Williams has 16 points, 9 rebounds. Senior from Douglasville, Georgia, sends the second one up. That one kicks off. Rebound clamped down by DeVoe.
That's a tired young man there too.
That is a nightmarish free throw line for Kane Williams. 3:36 and counting. 86-85 Jackets. Alvarado on the dribble, right elbow. Gives it up to a curling Usher. Out to Parham for a long 3. Front rim, no. Rebound grabbed by Allen. Spins up floor. Sprinting down the left sideline. He pushes off on Alvarado. Pull up 3, and he hits it. Oh, he extended the offhand, Randy Waters, but there was no whistle. 88-86 Georgia State with 3:11 to play. Alvarado sets up a high-low with Wright. Gathers short corner. He raises up. 15-footer, grazes the rim. Rebound on the floor, plucked by Georgia State. They try to get it cranked in transition. Roberts under the basket. Kicks out to Allen for a right corner 3. That's off the mark. Rebound Usher. Usher pounds it across the timeline. Takes it down the baseline on Toppin, and he was bumped by Toppin. 2:46 to play, and even though he was trying to make a whip-out pass, Usher on the 10th team foul will go to the line to shoot two. 88-86 Panthers, 2:46 to go. Overtime number 2 for McCamish. Usher is 2 of 4 at the stripe tonight. Heavy legs everywhere you look as he bangs down the first free throw.
Well, he's probably had as much rest as anybody in the second half, though.
Right about that. The freshman Moore subs in, replacing Williams to get a quick breather. A second to tie by Jordan. Bangs it down again. 88 all. Once again, Roberts across the timeline for the Panthers. Plants a soft screen from Toppin. Down to a cutting Toppin. He kicks out to Allen. Open corner. 3-ball good.
Allen has killed the Jackets.
91-88. Allen with his third 3 of the game. 2:23 to play. Alvarado scissors it between his legs. He fakes the pull-up 3 out top. Drives, scoops, and scores. Roberts hustles the other way, trying to beat the Jackets down floor. Throws in deep to Thomas. Thomas lays it up and in. 93-90 Georgia State. 2:05 to go. Both teams are exhausted. Alvarado shaking into the corner. He's pestered by Thomas, reaches in, foul called. Both teams get one extra timeout here in the second overtime as Alvarado will shoot 2 free throws.
I think both teams are going to need one extra day to sleep.
Yeah. Georgia Tech, remember, plays Friday night against Mercer. That is the farthest thing from their mind right now, though, is Alvarado with his first free throw attempts of the night. His first is good. 93-91 Panthers. Williams back in, replacing Moore. Jose up to 18 points after a quiet start to this game. His second effort knocks it down. 93-92. Josh Pastner urging his tired guys on. Off a stagger. Roberts trying to unhinge himself from DeVoe. Pestering him on the dribble drive. Double clutches it. No good, but a foul called. He just jumped into Moses Wright, and that drew the whistle. And Roberts led the Panthers 86% at the free throw line last year. Strides to the line with 2 free throws, and the Panthers up 93-92 with 1:45 to play. Roberts' his first free throws of the night. Aims to our right. And free throw number 1 is down the well.
It's kind of wild that he hasn't been there all night.
Him and Alvarado until the overtime number 2. 2-point Panther lead. Now the second. Short. Rebound Usher. Climbs the ladder for that against Toppin. Usher brings it across himself. Tries for the blow-by on Toppin. Double clutches it up around. No good. Awkward double pump by Usher. Thought he might have gotten contact. No whistle came. And Georgia State clears the rebound. 1:25 to play. Jackets down by 2. Williams a standing dribble inside the jump circle. Snaps it to a curling Allen right wing. Parham is on him. Tries to run him into a pick. Resets out high for Williams. Shot clock at 8. Crosses left to right. Pulls up for 3. Off the rim. No. Allen the rebound in the corner. Fresh possession. Pass out top. Alvarado clobbered Roberts on the leap. And a foul called on Jose.
So both those guys are okay. Oh, my goodness. Jose's still down.
He's clutching what looks like his right shoulder, which bore the brunt of the impact. Kind of has that right arm in the chicken wing. Now trying to ring it out. Jose's fourth. And 2 free throws now for Roberts again. 94-92 Tech down with 1:05 to play.
This would be big if he makes both of these. That's a 2-possession game.
With not much time and not much energy left for the Jackets.
That's right.
Roberts spins it and sends it. Gets the first. Roberts has 17. This to make it a 2-possession game. Eyes the goal to our right. And the free throw. Yes. 96-92. Alvarado hurries it across the timeline with 1 minute to go in the second overtime. Alvarado parks himself left wing. Gives it up to DeVoe straight away. DeVoe puts it on the deck. Weaving inside the paint. Dings his shoulder in. Banks it up and in. 96-94, 50 seconds to play. Georgia Tech almost stole the inbound in Alvarado. As again trying to sneak from behind the baseline. Georgia Tech can buckle down and guard here with a 20-second differential shot to game. Williams content to jackhammer the dribble between the circles. A chest pass to Allen right wing. Curls off a screen. Parham stays with him to Toppin. Pulls up left elbow. No good. It was stolen by Usher. Ahead to Alvarado. Alvarado twisting down the baseline with 20 seconds to go. Georgia Tech down by 2. 96-94. Here's DeVoe. Penetrates the left side. Banks it up, no. Rebound loose. Comes free to Parham. Yes, out of bounds to Georgia Tech.
With 10.8.
And Josh Pastner can use his timeout here if he wants for this final possession. And actually, Rob Lanier will. Well, Georgia State was hollering because Toppin on that pull-up at the left elbow, which was right in front of the Panther bench, quite frankly, they were all crying for a foul. But evidently there was all leather on skin from Jordan Usher.
Well, it looked like the contact with the ball came like at waist level before the shot, before the ball ever got up to shoulder height.
Yeah, and Toppin flailed a bit, but that doesn't always guarantee that there was contact to warrant a foul.
Well, Andy, let me ask you something.
No, I don't want 3 overtimes. I'd rather win it here.
I was going to say, do you set up your offense to get a 3 here? I don't know that you do, but I think if you're Georgia State defensively, you're gonna try to keep Georgia Tech not be able to get the ball low. So you might end up having to win it, or if you miss it, then you're on the wrong side in the opener.
Tech is 7 of 29 from 3 tonight, 24%. DeVoe is 3 of 10. Parham is 1 of 5. Alvarado is 2 of 7. This was after Tech started 3 of 4 from deep, so 4 for their next 25.
Yeah.
But I think you try to see if you can get a step on your defender on the penetration.
Oh, sure, yeah. Then you take it to the rim. But that might be the scenario. If you can't, then you can kick out to somebody for a 3.
Yep.
And the shooting woes you just mentioned, last year Michael and Jose are the only guys above 30% from 3. Michael 42.7, Jose 33.6, and Bubba a tick below 30%, Khalid 28%. So it's not been a strength of this team, but they may need one here if they're going to win it, at least in the second overtime.
A lot of guys walking with stiff legs back on this floor. It has been a fiercely contested season opener between Tech and Georgia State. 96-94, Panthers lead. 10.8 seconds to go. Both teams are in the double bonus, and the arrow favors the Panthers. Alvarado, Parham, Usher, DeVoe, and Wright, your 5 on the floor for the Jackets. Usher to inbound. Side out of bounds, near to us. As Tech shoots to our left. 3 20-point scores. Wright 21, DeVoe and Alvarado both with 20. As Georgia Tech circulates around the left elbow. Just trying to create some confusion and who will pop out. Alvarado takes straight away. Puts it on the deck. Down the lane. Double clutches it, and he got fouled with 7.6 to go.
Well, if you're Georgia State, that's not a bad play. You'd rather make him earn it at the line than get the easy one there. Or, not easy, but point blank.
So Jose shoots 2 with a chance to tie and 7.6 seconds left.
Gee, no pressure here.
First one, yes. And his baby daughter in attendance, watching behind the basket towards where Jose shoots. 96-95. Now the second. Got that one. Timeout, Josh Pastner. Even though Georgia State is out of timeouts, Josh Pastner wants to make sure his defense is organized for this final possession of the second overtime. 7.6 to go. 96 all.
Be a nice time for the Brooklyn Burglar to steal one and jack 1 up. End this thing with it.
Well, Rando, you can go straight home and preheat the oven for your bird at this rate.
Oh, man. I might be able to stop and go turkey hunting on the way home.
Yeah. Kill what you catch. Leading scorers for Georgia State here. You figure it's going to be one of the three guards who gets this final look.
Yes.
Williams, Allen, or Roberts.
Yeah.
They'll have to go the entire length of the floor.
And you know, when they do put it up, you better get a body on Thomas.
Yes. 6'10", but he's bouncy. You don't want to be reckless either challenging shots here. Roberts to key it in. With Alvarado lurking at three-quarters court. Gets it to Williams. Accelerates up the left side with 5. With 4. Spins off a screen. Kicks to Roberts. Sidesteps. Pulls up for a 3 to win off the back rim. And we go to a third overtime. It was on line but long by Justin Roberts, who is skipping his frustration away back towards the Georgia State bench. Great pump fake. He slid left, had an open look. He did everything right, but get the finish.
He did. He really did.
You know, get some more electrolytes in you. Both those playing and you listening. We're going to a third overtime. Georgia Tech and Georgia State are knotted at 96. What more could you ask for when you have been thirsting for basketball this entire offseason?
Well, yeah.
You cannot be choosy when this is what you've wanted.
8.5 months since we've done a game, and I think we've been here tonight for 9 months, right?
Yeah. My heart is quickly realizing what I've been missing these last 8.5 months. So Georgia Tech with 5 in double figures. I don't know who's just waving to us, but we appreciate it. 22 for Alvarado, 21 from Wright. DeVoe has 20, Parham and Usher 14 apiece. Georgia Tech has 3 players with 4 fouls apiece, Usher, Alvarado, and Moore. Sosame, who still leads Georgia State with 22 points, is fouled out of this game, as has Boyce, their reserve. Thomas, who's their other 6'10", big body underneath, has 4 fouls. 15 rebounds for Moses Wright. That's a new career high. His previous high was 12 versus Bethune-Cookman last year. And Michael DeVoe has a new career high with 11 boards, surpassing his 10 versus Georgia. When you go into a third overtime, you are likely to set some records, especially when you've seen the floor as often as those two have.
Bubba Parham only has, quote, only 3 rebounds, but, man, it seems like every one's been huge.
Toppin and Wright inside the jump circle. Tap is won easily by Wright back to DeVoe. Overtime number 3 at McCamish. Here's DeVoe. Stop and go. Penetrates. Wraparound pass to Moses. Misses the dunk, but he was fouled. Leapt a little too far to stretch out with those long arms and flush it down, but he drew the foul. And a great drop-off pass by DeVoe after he got the step on his man. The foul was on Caleb Scott, the freshman. Here's Moses' first free throw. Nestles that in to make it 97-96 Tech. And that's interesting because Caleb Scott has not played at all tonight. Second by Moses, down the well. He hasn't been as accurate as he would have liked, but a clutch 2-for-2 trip to start the third overtime for the Jackets.
Yeah, Jose and them Moses, clutch stuff.
Side pick and roll for Williams. Gives it up to Roberts out high. Cranks a 30-footer, and he hits it.
Oh, my heavens.
That was from the crook of the T in GT, 99-98 Georgia State. Alvarado settles in at the top of the arc, comes to a jump stop right elbow, away to a curling DeVoe, into the lane, another wraparound. Moses lays it in. Now DeVoe and Moses have found their chemistry here in the third overtime. Georgia Tech, the first of triple figures, 199. Spread floor for the Panthers. Roberts holds and looks between the rings. Snaps it right to Allen. Drives in on Parham. Fades away baseline. No good. Rebound Parham. He took that tap. Bounces ahead to Usher. Usher skids to a stop right wing. Resets to Parham as Georgia Tech lowers the tempo here with a minute gone by in the third overtime. DeVoe on the dribble. Shaking at the top. Comes in on Allen. Whips it out to Usher. Right wing, he fakes the 3. Drives the baseline, floats it up off the backboard. No, but a foul. Boy, twisting, spinning, turnaround by Jordan Usher. puts the foul on Allen, and now Jordan Usher shoots 2. So here's Jordan with 14 points, 8 rebounds tonight. First free throw, in and out. A grimace on the face of the senior from Canton, Georgia. 199 Tech. Thomas is back in, trying to preserve those 4 fouls. That's why we've seen Scott come off the bench for Rob Lanier here in overtime number 3. Now Jordan's second, swishes that. 101-99. Williams sets up in front of the Georgia State bench, high left to a curling Roberts. He's met at the top by DeVoe. Retreats and resets. Double team just inside the right side of the arc to Toppin out front. Shot clock at 10, turns the corner on Usher, fall away baseline, rims in. Tough finish by JoJo Toppin as he hung in the air to make it 101 all. 3:18 to play. Georgia Tech, Randy, since taking the lead, has not had a 2-possession lead. Alvarado fighting his way down the right side, flips it up too heavy, rebound right over the top. They're going to call the loose ball foul on Georgia State. Moses was over the top of, I believe, Allen, but Allen kept on trying to pull the chair from under him.
Well, Allen, the principle of verticality, if you will,
yes.
That's what Allen violated there.
That is Allen's 4th foul. So here's Moses to shoot 2. Tied at 101 and 3:09 to go. And his first is good.
What I mean by that is Moses is entitled to that space straight up, and the defender came in under him.
Second by Moses, short. Rebound jerked away by the Panthers, but Tech in front, 102-101. Ahead of steam for Williams, slicing down the lane, lays it up, no good. Challenged well by Wright, and the rebound grabbed by Alvarado. 2:56 to play in the third overtime. 102-101 Tech. DeVoe sizes up his man. A step back 3 at the top of the key. Rims no good. And all Georgia State under the basket for the defensive rebound. Allen darting down the left side. Scoops and scores. 103-102 Georgia State. Both teams basically just walking down and back. Here's Parham, right wing. Hands off on the weave to Usher. To Alvarado straight on. Dribble drive, right in the lane. Wriggling beneath the basket. Trying to clear space on Thomas. Draws 2 defenders. Lays it off to Moses. He was fouled at the rim by Thomas. A 5th foul on Jalen Thomas. Thought he had it clean. Mike Roberts indicates he got him on the elbow, and that is his 5th foul. (103-102) Georgia State. Boy, Moses has had some opportunities, Randy, for some and ones.
Yeah.
And he just hasn't been able to find that touch through contact and finish the way we know he can.
Well, from here on in, Georgia State offensively, I don't know that it'll hurt them that much. Obviously, you'd rather have your big in there, but the way their guards are able to score, they're still incredibly dangerous. Now, defensively, that's going to help Georgia Tech. And it's not like there's only 15 seconds left. There's 2:15 to go.
Moses working on 26 points, 16 rebounds. He's 11 of 18 at the free throw line. Gathers himself, and the first free throw in and out. Tech still down 103-102, and Tech has shot well from the free throw line in spite of the fatigue in the overtime, 11 of 15. The second free throw by Moses, good, and we're knotted again, 103 all. Alvarado waits on Williams across the timeline as the Panthers shoot 2 on right. Approaching 2 minutes in the third overtime. Allen, a step back 3 at the top over Parham. Straight but strong. Rebound DeVoe.
The guy's human. He missed.
Apparently. DeVoe with a career-high 12 rebounds. Takes out on the right. Drives the baseline. He's sealed in. Figure 8's out of traffic. Over to Parham between the circles with the shot clock at 13. Working on Allen. Shakes by him. Down the lane. Runner with the right hand is good. Jackets in front, 105-103. And a good job by Parham, sensing he had his defender off balance. 90 seconds to go. Here's Roberts. Down the lane on DeVoe. Wrap around pass to Toppins. He was stripped by Parham before he could elevate to the rim. Rob Lanier is incensed. And did they call a technical foul on Lanier? They did call a technical foul on Rob Lanier.
Oh, in a situation like this, he must have really filled up somebody's ear to get a T here. Officials do not want to determine the outcome of the game by that kind of scenario.
He erupted after that strip by Parham before Toppin could swing up for the jam. Alvarado shoots the technical free throws, and he sinks the first. 106-103 Georgia Tech, and 1:21 remaining in our third overtime. Now the second, and Alvarado coolly knocks it in.
And the possession, right?
Yes.
Oh, how big is that?
Georgia Tech finally has its first two-possession lead.
What's that like?
In the second half and overtime.
I don't know that feeling. What is that?
And Georgia Tech can drip the clock down inside of a minute. 1:21 to go in our third overtime.
And they're still talking, Andy.
And Rob Lanier is an experienced coach. And
oh, yeah.
You know, it was more of a high decibel utterance than a continued conversation, but apparently that must have been building.
He spent a lot of time on the bench at Tennessee as an assistant.
DeVoe spins away from his defender, had it knocked loose. Open floor, Williams drives on Alvarado, and he lays it in with 1:08 to play. 107-105. As DeVoe was too high on the dribble and had his pocket picked. 1 minute to go. Alvarado weaves across the timeline. Will just sway the dribble at the top of the key on Roberts. Jump stop right elbow. Dishes to Parham on the angle. Shoves it back to Usher. A crossover on his man. Down the right side. Ropes it out to Parham. Fakes the three. Works his way inside. Out it comes to DeVoe. Three ball. Back rim no. Rebound chased down. Who's got it? Parham saves it. Oh, but right to the Panthers. Ahead they come. Roberts is stop and pop three for the lead. An air ball. Rebound Alvarado with 25 seconds to go. And Georgia State needs the foul. Alvarado slaloms out of traffic into the forecourt, and he's fouled with 21.1 seconds left. Roberts looking for the three in rhythm and transition. He's hit a couple of those tonight, but it barely nicked the rim. And Alvarado was there to gather it in and dribble away from a tripwire defenders in the backcourt. He now shoots two free throws.
Boy, Tech dodged a bullet there. Still don't know what's going to come out here, but Michael DeVoe's turnover could have been killer. Here's Jose with the free throw.
108 to 105 now, and that gives Alvarado 25 to make it a two-possession game again. Nobody on the lane lines for the Jackets. The free throw by Jose is good. You can tell the Panthers on the lane lines were chirping at him, but Alvarado was unfazed. 15 seconds to go. Roberts fakes, shakes, shoots a three at the top and banks it in. 12.1 seconds left. Timeout, Georgia State.
Good gravy, Grandma.
Huh. That's a fifth three for Roberts in 10 attempts. 109-108 Jackets, 12.1 seconds to go. The timeout to 30.
Well, if you're gonna create drama, you might as well bank it in.
Yeah, right. And Georgia State now with its turn, and it just has felt like the Panthers, Randy, have been more in control than not across these overtimes.
I agree. Absolutely agree. And obviously, if they don't get a steal, they got a foul.
Yeah.
So, question is, what does Tech try to do? They got to try to get the ball in the hands of Jose or Michael here, or Bubba. It'd take any of those guys at the line.
What that three-pointer enables Rob Lanier to discuss with his players, though, is that regardless of the outcome of an ensuing free throw trip, they will have a chance to, at the minimum, tie.
Yes, it's still going to be a one-possession game, even if Tech would happen to get fouled and make two free throws.
It was 77 all at the end of regulation.
That was, what, a day and a half ago?
It feels like it. 109-108 here in the third overtime of McCamish.
Oh, Andy, let's see. Let's check. It is. Oh, yeah, it's 1 minute from Thanksgiving.
And you put the hex on because you first broached that, and I looked at my clock at 11:25, partner. You can write your strongly worded letters to the man to my left.
Hey, I'm a senior citizen, man. I need my sleep.
Josh Pastor milking every last second out of his timeout from the Panthers. Georgia Tech does have a timeout remaining, so if they have some distress trying to inbound, they shouldn't feel shy about using it.
Well, nobody should put their head down after this game. Neither one of these teams. And yes, they've both made some mistakes. There's no question about that. There have been stretches of poor shooting and turnovers and free throws missed, but, man, the effort by these two teams.
Georgia Tech brings out DeVoe, Alvarado, Usher, Wright, and Parham. You would not feel bad about having that ball in the hands of Parham, DeVoe, or Alvarado given their their free throw shooting. Usher will trigger. He'll be shadowed by Colin Moore.
Jose just had a short conversation with Jerry Heater, the official. I'm not sure what it was about. That'd be interesting.
Usher can run the baseline. 12.1 seconds to go. Georgia Tech in the crowd between the circles and backcourt. Finds Alvarado. He's double teamed in the corner. Tries to step through it. Tries to call timeout. He breaks away up court, and he is fouled with 6.9 seconds to go.
Boy, Georgia
he
State
strangled that ball against his midsection, would not allow any hands to pry it free. They were trying to go for the jump ball because the Panthers have the arrow, and Jose, with a very strong pivot, was able to split through his two defenders and gain some separation.
Michael DeVoe, hands on his knees. You know, any player right now down there who doesn't have his hands on his knees, I think, should get an S on the front of his jersey.
Alvarado toes the nail to our left. First of two free throws. Yes, sir. 110 to 108. 6.9 seconds to go. Williams subs in. So does Allen. Georgia State does not have a timeout left. Josh Pastor pulls everybody off the lane lines and will look to barricade the half court. Alvarado, a couple of rhythm dribbles. The senior from Brooklyn sends it up, rims it out, no good. 2-point game. Williams hustles across the timeline with 3, with 2, down the baseline, pump fake, layup, no good, with 1.3 seconds to go, but free throws coming up for the freshman Colin Moore. Wow. Woo. That could have been ever so close to an and one. I think everybody was anticipating Williams would pull up. Instead, he was able to circle down the baseline and serve it to his freshman. With a little pump fake, he drew the foul on Moses Wright. Biggest free throws of his career. Here's the first, and he got it. It's also the only free throws of his career because he's a freshman. Josh Pastor calls timeout with 1.3 seconds to go, and that missed free throw attempt by Jose Rando, his first miss at the line in 10 attempts. Wow. Hard to fault him, though, as we play here in overtime number 3. And he's slapping his hands together in frustration down there on the bench. 110-109, Georgia Tech leads, but the door left ajar for the Panthers. And can a true freshman from North Little Rock, Arkansas, Colin Moore, who's only come in because of foul outs to the front court players, Elio Sosame and Jalen Thomas, deliver a tying free throw?
Boy, each one of these teams has just seen potential victory slip from their grasp multiple times, and now, this will just about determine. Oh, and if you're Georgia Tech, even if there's a miss, you better get a body on those two blue shirts on the lane.
To tie. It's airborne. And it's good. Wow. 110 all. Usher to inbound, 1.3 seconds to go. Home run pass. Too tall. Allen has it. 3/4 court heave for the win. No good.
Another network bonus if you want it.
4 overtimes? Are you serious? Yes, we are. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Georgia Tech basketball.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mike's up.
Well, folks, if you wanted basketball, you're getting a game and a half here. Andy Demetra, Randy Waters, and our Hall of Fame network engineer Miller Pope, and on we play into a 4th overtime in McCamish. Happy Thanksgiving officially. And that swing of events down the stretch, Randy, where Justin Roberts banked in a 3 to make it a 1-point game.
Yep.
Alvarado fouled on the other end, 6.9 seconds to go. He had made his first 9 free throws, missed the second. And then with 1.3 seconds left, you have to tip your cap to the freshman, Colin Moore, who hadn't played until the overtime, sinking 2 free throws to tie this game up and send us to a fourth overtime. But that was a third overtime where victory was within Georgia Tech's sights, and they just couldn't seal the deal.
Well, you said, are you serious? Yes, and I'm delirious at the same time.
And now Georgia Tech again having to navigate fouls. Usher, Wright, Alvarado all have 4. Same with Georgia State. Georgia Tech has attempted 53 free throws tonight. They've made 35 for a percentage of 66. Georgia State 16 of 30, 53%. So both teams, quite frankly, lamenting some missed opportunities at the line. We're going to have to thumb through the media guide to see the last time we've had a 4-overtime game. Toppin and Wright to jump center. Tapped up and won easily by Moses. 4th overtime. Tech again, half court left. 110 all. Alvarado takes the touch straight away. Over to DeVoe. Pump fakes a 3 in the corner. Almost had it jerked out of his hands. He recollects. Feeds Alvarado. Angles in, spins, slips. Has it on the floor. Trying to get it loose. Jump ball. Possession arrow favors Georgia State.
Possession arrow to Georgia State.
Well, Georgia Tech was trying to play that half-court possession like they were on the side of a rocking ship. Both teams have 20 turnovers apiece. But Georgia Tech only 10 turnovers in the second half and overtime.
Yeah, and you would have thought that if they were able to right that ship in the turnover department, they'd win this thing, but not yet.
Here's Roberts, tries to get downhill on DeVoe, beats him, wrap around Toppin, power dribble, flip shot, around no good, and the rebound plucked off the iron by Wright. His 17th rebound, tacking on to a career high. Opening minute of our 4th overtime. Here's Alvarado, high right. Dishes to Parham, lines up a 3, rims no good. Rebound right, yanks it down, turns back up. He got it stuffed, whistled, jump ball. Arrow is going to favor Georgia Tech. And Moses took a hard landing there on that stuff from Toppin. Clean, but there was nowhere for him to brace his fall.
If I were him, I'd take advantage and take a quick nap down there.
He brushes himself off. 4:09 to go, 110 all. Both teams will sleep well tonight, some more than others, depending on this outcome.
Exactly.
Here's Usher. Lobs it to DeVoe. Left wing. 3-pointer. Halfway down and out. Rebound volleyed up in the air, controlled by Roberts.
Uh-oh, break opportunity here, Georgia State.
Accelerates up the floor. Hits an open Williams, right corner 3. Almost wedged off the glass. Rebound, stick back, more good. 112-110, Georgia State. 3:50 to go in overtime number 4. Both teams laboring to get across midcourt. DeVoe has it high right. Lobs over the top to Wright. Arches is back on Toppin. From the right block. Takes a return feed. Hammers away on him. Hook shot good. Moses now has 29, approaching his career high. 112 all with 3:27 to play. Roberts a high dribble at the letters, deep on the right. Shadowed by DeVoe. They clear out for him. He pulls up for a 3. Almost banked that in. Rebound on the run to Alvarado. Alvarado spins over to DeVoe. DeVoe twirling down the baseline. He's sealed in.
Foul.
Tries for a kick out. It was chopped at, and he was fouled.
Panthers foul charge number 0, Evan Johnson, his 2nd.
Well, there's somebody in this game with only 2 fouls. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Johnson.
So DeVoe gripping his shorts, hunched over.
Well,
Shoots 2 free throws. He's 1 of 2 there tonight.
And Tech is putting nobody on the lane.
Free throw is swished from Michael. He's got 21 and 12 rebounds. We've noticed Georgia State substituting a lot more in these overtimes. Georgia Tech has not had a single sub in these overtimes, with the exception of Usher for Moore.
That's right.
Yeah. Second effort by DeVoe, swishes it. 114 to 112, 3:10 to play.
Well, Coach Pastor's going with the experience.
Yeah.
That absolutely sums it up.
Here's Johnson on the dribble drive, running one-hander is an air ball. Rebound, punch free to Alvarado. Jose, 27 points, 9 rebounds. 2:51 in ticking, 4th overtime. Alvarado surveys between the circles. Puts it in the belly of Parham and back to Jose, wide right. Skips to DeVoe. DeVoe looking inside. Spins down the lane, almost lost the handle. Regathers, throws to a cutting Parham. Parham in front of the rim, no good. Rebound Moses. Moses' stick back is an air ball. Rebound on the run to Georgia State. 3-on-2, more angles in, lays it up and scores. 114 all, and Georgia Tech had some close-range shots they couldn't cash in on that last trip.
Morris coming up huge for Georgia
Yes,
State
he
in
is.
this OT. It's unbelievable.
And those game-tying free throws at the end of the third overtime. Alvarado high right. Guarded with a hand at his forehead by Roberts. Off to Usher. Usher, a stop and go. Takes it. Dump pass. Moses goes up and draws a foul. Should be on Toppin. That's his fourth. 2 minutes even in our fourth overtime. 114 all. Moses 29 and 20 rebounds, Randy.
Wow.
The last player to have 20 rebounds in a game for Tech was Mike Green back in 1973 as the first free throw rattles down. How about that? It took 4 overtimes to get there, but Moses joining some very elite company. 115-114 Jackets. Second one airborne. Yes, sir. Georgia Tech 80% from the free throw line in the overtimes. 116-104. Here's Moore at the top. Pounds it down the left side. Tosses out to Allen. Well challenged by Parham. Attacks baseline. Scoops and scores. Was able to jackknife his way between Parham and Wright. 116 all with 1:39 to play. Here's DeVoe straight away. Goes to work on Williams. Down the right side. Skins to a stop, but he called a travel.
Yep. Michael's had a couple of costly turnovers. Don't know yet how costly this one's going to be.
Yeah, and he did pick up that pivot foot as he skidded to his stop on the right block. 116 all. 1:23 to play. Here's Moore, left side angle. Hands off to a curling Allen. Bounces backdoor. Williams reverse. Yes. 118-116 Georgia State. 1:10 to play. Neither team budging here in the overtime. Alvarado lowers his shoulder. Down the elbow. Kick out pass stolen away. Williams was able to smother it. Now less than a minute to go. 118-116. And this is a huge possession. Williams has it between the circles. They clear out for him. DeVoe measures him up. With Wright lurking beneath the basket. Toppin rushes out and sets a screen. Williams goes left, drives, and a foul called on Wright. Oh, and that's a fifth foul on Moses Wright. With 39.9 seconds to go, he leaves with 31 points, 2 shy of a career high, and a career high 20. Yes, 20 rebounds. 39.9 seconds left, and Moses shook off a sluggish start. Gave every ounce of energy he had. But he will leave this game prematurely, and Kyle Sturdivant takes his place. Georgia Tech is going ultra small now. And 2 free throws here for Johnson.
Boy, if he makes them both,
I
it's
beg your pardon, Williams.
going to be an uphill battle if he makes them both.
Well, here's the first. Good. 119-116. Georgia Tech, by the way, is 0 for 8 from 3 in the overtime. 119-116 Panthers. Second. Spins no good. Inside position, Usher. Yanks that down. Hustles across right to left to Alvarado. Alvarado, a crossover. Fends off the pressure above the foul line. Splits a pair of defenders on the dribble drive, and he's fouled. 30.3 seconds to go, and Jose shoots 2.
Well, even if he makes them both, you're going to have to foul if you're Georgia Tech if you don't get a steal.
That's what it's going to come down to tonight. Amazing. Tech has 96 field goal attempts. Georgia State 95. Alvarado with 27 points, 10 rebounds. Free throw. Rattles home. 119-117 Georgia State. Sturdivant and Usher on the lane lines. Revving up for an offensive rebound. Jose's second, good. And timeout, Rob Lanier and the Panthers. So I think with 30.3 seconds to go, you can be frisky, Randy, gambling for steals here.
Oh, yeah.
I think you would rather Alvarado not be too frisky because he's got 4 fouls. Georgia Tech, I think, will come out in full court pressure and see if they can scramble the circuits of these Panthers guards.
Well, they will, but, I mean, they're for the most part, experienced guards, good ball handlers. So odds right now are that you're going to have to hope they miss a free throw. If you don't get that steal, you got a hack. Wow, what a what theater this has been.
And hopefully it's not the kind of theater that ends in the Shakespearean tragedy as far as Georgia Tech is concerned.
Yeah.
119-118, Georgia State over Georgia Tech. Tech was out early, up by 8. Then they trailed by 11 in the second half. Tech led by 3. But then the final basket of regulation was a three-pointer by Roberts with less than a minute and a half to go. And ever since then, it has been back and forth. We have had, Randy, 17 ties, 13 lead changes. It's felt like we've had many more.
Oh, no question.
And remember, Georgia Tech has to ice up quickly because they're back at it on Friday. So regardless of the outcome, they'll have to have a short memory and rejuvenated legs when they take on the Mercer Bears at 8.
It's not Friday yet? I thought it was Friday.
We're getting close to there.
Oh, boy. Who'd have thunk it?
Yep.
Well, I mean, I thought it was going to be a good ball game. I certainly didn't envision this.
Georgia State is a team tonight at the free throw line, 17 of 32, but in the overtimes, they're 64%, 9 of 14. They've got 3 with 20-plus. Roberts, 24. Williams and Allen, 21.
Well, and, okay, this is a big picture comment here. Who knows what's going to develop, but who knows how many games will realistically be played. So, in a way, every W or L could potentially be magnified down the road.
So Georgia Tech will pick up the Panthers in full court as Usher mirrors the inbounder Roberts. 30.3 seconds to go. Jackets trail by 1 in the 4th overtime. Georgia State fans out 3 across. Bounced into the corner to Allen. He's double teamed. Still with it. Throws it away. Oh, and it's pulled away by Roberts.
Almost
he weaves across the timeline. And a reach-in foul on Parham. 21.9 seconds to go. He just threw that blindly over the double team.
DeVoe had a chance.
He did.
Oh,
Parham collects his second foul, and Justin Roberts is at the line. He's 86% there a year ago, and tonight 3 of 4. Georgia Tech has a timeout remaining, by the way. Roberts, 24 points tonight, 9 rebounds and 6 assists. The right-hander from Indianapolis, Indiana. Up with the first. Good. Third team all Sun Belt a year ago. Preseason second team this year. Toppin comes in for Johnson. Will remain a one-possession game regardless of the outcome of this free throw should Georgia Tech grab the rebound. And the second. Roberts sinks it. 121-118, 21.9 seconds to go, and Georgia Tech now needs a 3. They have yet to connect on a 3 in the overtimes. 0 of 8. DeVoe across the timeline, spins inside the lane, lays it in. 16.8 seconds to go. They didn't need the three-pointer that quickly, and Josh Pastor calls time. 16.8, it's a 30-second timeout.
Well, DeVoe saw the opening, and Georgia State certainly in that situation, anytime you're in that situation, you know the opponent doesn't want to foul and give you a three-point play once you penetrate. And so they got to, I don't want to say soft, but they got to be very careful defensively, and DeVoe took advantage of that.
Gives Michael 24. So Georgia Tech will try to go to the same formula, I think, an immediate double team off the inbound.
Oh, no question.
Because they nearly wrung out a turnover from the Panthers the first time.
Well, the Panthers, and hey, it's pretty common in basketball circles, you don't throw it into the coffin corner.
Yep.
They threw it into the coffin corner, and it almost got nailed shut on him. Tech couldn't quite pull it off.
See if that changes what Rob Lanier diagrams during the timeout. Once again, Roberts to inbound. Osher spreads the wings in front of him. A diamond of Panthers in the backcourt. Inbound thrown on the run to Allen at midcourt, and he is wrapped up by Parham with 15 seconds to go. Allen was a 74% free throw shooter a year ago. Believe it or not, Randy, he's only attempted one free throw tonight. He missed it. 121 to 120, Georgia State, 15 seconds to go.
But just like you said moments ago, even if he makes them both, it's one possession.
Yep. Snaps the wrist, and the free throw's good.
I don't think these guys have missed since
those two free throws to send it to the fourth overtime.
Since Wednesday.
Yeah. 122-120. Allen spins it and sends it. Long. Rebound tracked down by Parham. 13 seconds to go. Jackets down by 2. Parham gallops across the timeline. Stops at the top. Hands off to Alvarado. Turns the corner. Into the lane. A runner.
Yep.
No good. Rebound. Toppin. And he's fouled by Alvarado with 3.6 seconds to go.
That might be it.
And that is the 5th on Jose, who will leave with 29 points and 10 rebounds. Also 6 steals. And Jose, no buts about it. 58 minutes played, Randy, and he gave everything he could.
They might just want to put him on ice until Friday at 8 o'clock.
Gigi Berea takes his spot. Toppin shoots 2 free throws. Toppin is yet to go to the free throw line tonight. He's a left-hander. And his first is a swish. 123-120. And a point away from icing this game for the Panthers, and Georgia Tech does not have a timeout. Toppin, the Georgia transfer from Norcross. Arches up the second. Off the rim, no. Gigi Berea rebound to Parham. 1 second. Heaves from behind midcourt for the win. Oh, is off the top of the backboard, but no good. And the marathon comes to an end. And Georgia Tech in 4 overtimes fought, but does not get the result. Final score, Georgia State 123, Georgia Tech 120. Wild, to say the least, to begin the season. Doesn't end Georgia Tech's way, however, and they're going to have to pick themselves up quickly with Mercer on the horizon Friday night. There were opportunities, Randy, and this, I think, goes without saying for a 4 overtime game. There were opportunities for both teams across the overtimes. Maybe the best one was Georgia Tech's late in the 3rd overtime, and it's going to be that stretch in the final minute or so that they will look to as perhaps the turning point of this game. And despite 58 minutes from Alvarado, 57 from DeVoe, 53 from Moses Wright, those are their minutes played, by the way, just could not eke out enough energy to overcome the Panthers, who used a 19-0 run in the first half to grab the lead, take command, and Georgia Tech was playing off the back foot for most of the night.
Yeah, the 2 things that beat them is what you just pointed out, that stretch late in the 3rd overtime, and in the first half, they were absolutely out of sync offensively completely, and they could not keep Georgia State off the glass on the Tech defensive end at all. And that ended up, it took a long time for that impact to result in the final score, but those are 2 of the big factors in the loss.
Well, we had said at the top of the broadcast, which was, I believe, 9 hours ago, that this was an unprecedented season. And right off the bat, we got something unprecedented, Randy, the first 4 overtime game in Tech history. But Jackets on the wrong side of history tonight as they lose 123 to 120 to Georgia State. Coming up, it'll be our post-game show. We'll visit via Zoom with head coach Josh Pastner, break down some of the highlights, the notable stats, and much more. Stay with us on this Thanksgiving morning on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
This season, I actually had
You're
little
clear.
business cards made.
Okay,
Eric
Moose
Rubino,
says
fantasy
he's
baseball
going
GM.
to, as soon as they open up the locker room, he's going to connect with me for Josh.
Yeah, we'll just do Josh tonight. We'll get the players.
So you want to come back and do like Randy start doing some stats?
Yeah,
and then
I'll just do quick stats.
And I'll give you this. Like if we're ready to go.
Yeah, if we don't even go to the break, you mean? Yeah.
Even if you're
Otherwise, I'll do something real quick and go to the break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state
If
law.
Moose actually does do it right after the locker room opens up, it's going to be relatively quick.
My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can win up to $100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
$100,000 every 3.5 minutes.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play, you idiot.
Put it on.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
More Tech basketball comes your way in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Libman makes a difference. The Libman Mop Crew is part of our winning team. The Libman Mop Crew makes sure the hardwood is clean and safe for the players every game at McCamish Pavilion. No matter what kind of flooring you have at your home court, Libman has the tools to keep it clean. Our mops, brooms, and brushes are proudly family made in the USA. Visit Libman.com to see our whole lineup and for a store locator. That's Libman.com. Libman, proud partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's checking account with no monthly service fee and ability to earn interest and show your Jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit gucu.org/GoJackets, insured by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
All right, post-game open coming.
Today's game is history, and now we break it down with the Postgame Drive, presented by your Atlanta area BMW dealers. The Postgame Drive, presented by your Atlanta area BMW dealers, is also brought to you by the Georgia Governor's Office of Highway Safety. Drive sober or get pulled over. Our exclusive postgame coverage of
Stand
Georgia
by.
Tech basketball begins now.
Mike's up.
Welcome back to McCamish Pavilion on a Thanksgiving morning, if you will. Some of the astounding numbers from this 4-overtime game, which was won 123-120 by the Georgia State Panthers. 193 field goal attempts in the game, 97 free throw attempts in the game, and some of the things that ultimately made the difference. Georgia Tech was minus 14 in points in the paint, and the Jackets were minus 18 in fast break points. So rebounding both ends of the court by Georgia State was a major factor in this game. There is no question about that. Although in the total rebounds, oddly enough, 70-58 advantage Georgia Tech, but Georgia State took advantage of more of those possessions and come out a 3-point winner by a final of 123-120. We're going to have a lot more coming up for you here on the Ultimate Postgame Drive, presented by your Atlanta area BMW centers. Here you're listening to Georgia Tech Sports, presented by Learfield IMG College.
You're clear. Do we want to go with the Parham layup that made it 105-103 as our
Sure,
early
why
play?
not?
Yeah.
During your stay, you'll be photographed, fingerprinted.
I thought I'd just get out of that first segment as fast as I could.
Yeah, you're good.
Is all this free?
Oh, no. Find
See, I have one live read, don't I? The governor's office, I got to read that. Yeah.
Save your money
Okay.
for a real hotel. Drive
The governor should have stepped in and stopped the game.
This message brought to you by the Governor's Office of Highway Safety.
Oh, that was already.
Julie,
Yeah, that was. Don't read it here.
Oh, that's not a live read. It says live read on my thing.
Well, it might be a live read.
I have one listed as a post-game live read.
Yeah, I do
they
too.
They just play the commercial.
And defy expectations.
We run into that all the
Every
time with the
QB
Falcons.
needs a great team.
They have the
UPS
live
is here to
commercial
support
and
the
our
hustle
commercial.
with
It's the same
tools
damn
and
thing
expert
coming out of
advice
the
to
break.
help you be unstoppable. Visit ups.com/pivot for details. UPS, the official logistics partner of Georgia Tech Athletics.
We'll have more Yellow Jacket basketball after these local messages. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Yellow Jacket fans, everyday life can do a number on your back, but relief is closer than you think. The Joint Chiropractic, the official chiropractor of Georgia Tech Athletics. At the Joint, you never need.
Should I get through this as quickly as possible, or stall and wait for
weekends? Visit any one of our 35-plus Atlanta area locations today and receive our new patient special, including exam, consultation, and adjustment for just $29. To learn
If
more,
you point me to Andy, I'll throw it to Andy.
Here comes the slam.
Last spot before the rejoin.
Okay.
And just like how the Yellow Jackets set the Nets on fire in the 404, Georgia residents will be fired up once they see these hot savings on natural gas. See for yourself by calling 877-GO-SCANA or visiting SCANAenergy.com. Missing out on these rates would be a flagrant foul. So call the right play and dial 877-GO-SCANA or visit SCANAenergy.com for great deals on natural gas.
All right, here comes our Earthlink.
Gotcha.
This is the Postgame Drive, recapping today's matchups. It's time now to listen back to today's play of the game.
Monty sealed in. Figure eight out of traffic. Over to Parham between the circles.
15.
The shot clock at 13. Working on Allen. Shanks by him. Down the lane. Runner with the right hand is good. Jackets in front, 105-103. And a good job by Parham. Sensing he had his defender off balance.
Mike's up.
That made it 105-103, as you heard Andy Demetra describe in the play-by-play. Jackets eventually went up 107-103 on 2 free throws by Jose Alvarado in that third OT, but not to be. In 4 OTs, 4, you heard me right, OTs, it is Georgia State winning at 123-120. That was our Earthlink play of the game. Get the speed you need. Plans up to 1 gigabyte, no data caps. It's time to rethink your internet. Visit earthlink.net to learn more. We'll be back in McCamish Pavilion with more. You're listening to Georgia Tech Sports from Learfield IMG College.
Hello and welcome
You're
to
clear.
Keno Talk.
Okay,
Hi,
Moose.
it's Dan. My parrot and I want to play Keno.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
You can
For
win up
some
to
reason, I'm not
$100,000
hearing Moose
every
come
3.5
through my
minutes.
thing, and I don't understand why.
I heard him.
Just play, you idiot. Just play,
You can hear me, and I'm not hearing.
Play Keno
how
from
is this not-
anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
No, just keep doing what you're doing, Moose.
Long-lasting protection against COVID-19 is crucial to a safe living and work environment. That's why Georgia Tech Athletics has chosen Cleanwell Services as their official disinfection partner. The trained technicians at Cleanwell use a CDC and EPA-approved nanotechnology-based cleaner that sticks to surfaces for an industry-leading protection lasting beyond 30 days. Visit www.cleanwell.services or call 404-669-6178
All right, I'm going
to get
to
started
do a couple
today.
more things here and then go to another break, I guess.
Live coverage of Jackets basketball continues after this local timeout on the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Follow the Yellow Jackets with Everyday Champions, the official magazine of Georgia Tech Sports. Each issue contains exclusive stories and photos, plus the latest news from inside Tech athletics. It's all that's positive about the Jackets. Subscribe now for only $9.95 per year. Call 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799 to sign up for Everyday Champions. That's 1-888-877-4373, extension 3799.
It's
Last
back,
spot
the
to the
return
ball.
of the prestigious
Gotcha.
Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, honoring college sports excellence across all competitive divisions, both men's and women's sports. Follow along with L Directors Cup on Twitter or online to see which schools will be taking home a first-place trophy in June for their season-long success. Learfield IMG College Directors Cup, a premier institutional award jointly launched in 1993 by USA Today and NACDA.
All right, stand by. Mike's up.
Well, as Andy Demetra said a few minutes ago, this was kind of like a game and a half. The 4 overtimes, Georgia State knocking off the Jackets 123-120. As far as the Georgia Tech stats are concerned, 24 for DeVoe, 31 for Moses Wright, and Jose Alvarado, 29. Very balanced attack for Georgia State in this game, though. They get 26 from Roberts, 22 Allen, 21 Williams. Those are the guys who really killed him. And before he fouled out, Sosame, 22. So they have 4 players with 20 or more in the effort for the Georgia State Panthers here tonight. Want to remind you the Governor's Office of Highway Safety brings you this message. The penalty for getting a DUI can cost up to $10,000. That's why the Governor's Office of Highway Safety says drive sober so you won't get pulled over. So there's no question about it, folks. Please, we want you to have, although if you're a Jacket fan, it's not a happy Thanksgiving right now. Have a safe one. Andy, over to you.
All right, thank you very much, and I do believe we have on the postgame show. First time we're doing this virtually via Zoom, so apologize if we might have any technical hiccups as we get started. But, Coach, do we have you?
Here, I'm all you.
Okay, sounds good, Coach. Well, your guys laid it all out and left it all on the floor. I know you never want to be in the wrong side of a 4-overtime game, but what was your message to the team in the locker room afterwards, besides obviously ice up, because we got another game on Friday?
Yeah, listen, I put that on me. That wasn't on the players. The players played their tails off. They competed so hard. Obviously there are some things that we need to do better, which falls on my shoulder, nobody else's. And, we just got to be better. And the guys left everything they had on the floor. They played so hard. We'll get better. We'll learn from this. We'll improve. We have no option. Our team will get better. This one stings. But it's an early season game, and Georgia State's a very good team. You got to give them total credit. Coach Lanier, his staff, and his players, total credit. But that one falls on my shoulders, and no one else to blame but me. As I've always said, when you lose a game, it's on the head coach. When you win, it's on the players. So, we had some free throws we missed. There was the kid banked a 3 in. It just was one of those games that just wasn't meant to be in the end. It was almost like the basketball gods wanted Georgia State to win at the end there.
Moses, right, with his second career 30-point game, also 20 rebounds. He becomes the first Yellow Jacket with 20 rebounds in the game since December 28th, 1974. You had to play him a lot at the 5 over the second half and through the overtimes. But what got Moses going? Because he had to shake off a bit of a sluggish start to get that 30-20 stat line.
Yeah, no, he struggled early, but then he got going. Part of it was, we had to play small at times, and, having him foul out late was, that obviously hurt us. But Moses, he missed some free throws. Other than that, he was really good for us. And, the guys played hard. Both teams played really hard. It was a well-competed game. Both teams played hard, and they competed, and they left everything on the floor. And we had too many turnovers, 22, which is a lot, and only 12 assists. I thought we pounded the ball a lot. We didn't get the ball moving as much as we needed to do. It really stuck. So I've got to be able to maybe maneuver and adjust and fix some things, which we'll do. And, without having the exhibition or scrimmages games, this is sort of gives us a chance to make some adjustments, see our team, and what we got to do to get better, which will make the adjustments.
Up 8 early, and then you had to claw yourself back from an 11-point deficit. What got away from you guys offensively to have that lead swing into a deficit in the first half? And then as you were able to grind your way back in the second half, what did you get back to that enabled you to ultimately bring the game back on level terms?
Well, we made those threes early, and that gave us a false sense of hope. We didn't play team basketball. We pounded the ball. We didn't stick with our offense, and it just became a back-and-forth game. And it was, two good teams. They competed. Both teams competed at a very, very high level. But we clawed our way back. We got the lead. We had great opportunities to win the game. We missed some chances, and that's what happens. That's what makes basketball great. But we'll adjust. I love our group. We'll make the adjustments. We'll make the necessary changes within our, the strategic offense, defense, and get better and be ready to get back out on Friday and try to get a win.
All right, Coach, we know it's going to be a long night anyway, so we'll cut you loose, but we appreciate the time. Thank you. All right, there you go. Head coach Josh Pastner, and, missed opportunities at the free throw line and certainly in that third overtime, Randy. Georgia Tech had it right at the cusp there several times, not only just in the overtime but in regulation. And that's what's going to sting, is that they had some opportunities to close it out, but good teams, when given that crack of daylight, they will run toward it. Georgia State's a good team, and that's what they did. And so Josh Pastner, as he said, put it on his tab because, he felt like there were some opportunities there during the game he could have handled better. But, again, you play upwards of 50 minutes in some cases. It's tough to not feel somewhat dispirited, but you also have to keep the perspective that it's one game, and you can't let that make you deflated because not only do you have a long season, but you got a short turnaround to game number 2 on Friday, which I think is technically tomorrow.
We never envisioned that, did we? Okay, we'll be back. Wrap it up real quickly for you here. You're listening to Georgia Tech Athletics on Learfield IMG College.
If ACC football
You are clear, Andy, with that Daily Buzz. I'm going to send you David Kahn's, that's fine, cell number. Yeah, he's.
That's my fault.
That's
my fault.
Get inside ACC football and do it for free. Listen on your phone.
Nobody told me.
Free SiriusXM trial. Start listening at SiriusXM.com/ACCSXM.
Hello?
Oh, Lord.
Hi, it's Dan. My parrot and
Lord have mercy.
It's easy. You pick up the 10 numbers, then Keno picks 20.
Keno picks 20.
Shish.
The more you match, the more you win.
The more you match, the more you win.
I know already.
This will be quick, and then I'll throw to break, and then, for you, Dan.
Okay.
I heard him.
Just play.
Mercer beat North Georgia 79-48, by the way.
Play Keno from anywhere and win up to $100,000 over 300 times a day.
More Tech basketball comes your way in just 60 seconds. This is the Georgia Tech Sports Network from Learfield IMG College.
Tech fans, come check out what everyone's been talking about. Grindhouse Killer Burgers was voted Atlanta's best burger by Creative Loafing for 5 years running, featuring beef, turkey, veggie, and the all-new Impossible Burger. Choose sides such as onion rings, award-winning chili, fresh salads, and indulge in our milkshakes, including our famous Boozy Shake. Visit our 5 locations throughout Metro Atlanta, which include dozens of local craft beers, wine, a full liquor bar, tons of patio seating, and TVs playing sports and cult movie classics. Live fast, eat well. Grindhouse Killer Burgers.
Make your wallet buzzworthy with a Georgia Tech Visa debit card from Georgia United Credit Union. Now you can support Tech everywhere you go and spend. And every time you use your card, you'll be supporting Georgia Tech student athletes. Georgia United makes banking easy with advanced digital banking features. Check out Georgia United's
7
checking
for
account with no
33
monthly
from
service
3.
fee and ability to earn interest and show your jacket pride. United, we fan. Visit GUCU.org/GoJackets. Made sure by NCUA. Georgia United, the official debit card of Georgia Tech Athletics.
Stand by. Lights are up.
Back at McCamish Pavilion, a couple more quick notes for you before we say goodnight and hand it over to Dan Kortz back in our Learfield IMG College studios. DeVoe, this is kind of indicative of the evening, needed 26 shots to get his 24 points. Alvarado needed 24 shots to get his 29. So high volume in a lot of ways, but not enough makes for Georgia Tech as they drop at 123 to Georgia State by 123 to 120 margin. Mercer, by the way, coming in here for an 8 p.m. game on Friday. That'd be tomorrow, wouldn't it? After beating North Georgia by a final of 79-48. So Greg Gary's team, the second-year head coach of the Mercer Bears, bringing his team in here, coming off a win. So for Andy Demetra, play-by-play of the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, and producer-engineer Miller Pope, I'm Randy Waters. Appreciate you joining us. Even though it's stretched over 2 days, we're going to let Dan Kortz finish up for you. He'll bring you up to date on everything that happened, dare I say, yesterday. So he's back after this on the Georgia Tech Sports Network on Learfield IMG College.
And you're clear. I'll talk to you guys Friday.
Hi, buddy.
Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir.
That's why Georgia Tech Athletics has chosen Cleanwell Services as their official disinfection partner. The trained technicians at Cleanwell use a CDC and EPA-approved nanotechnology.
Sounds like a plan, Miller.
That sticks to surfaces.
Bye, Brandy. Bye, Andy.
Leading protection lasting beyond 30 days. Visit www.clean.